Un, deux, ok. ouvrir, c'est vers le haut.
Même ça c'est nous.
Oui, ça devient vert quand il est ouvert.
Ok. Ok, parfait.
1, 2, 3.
Dès que ça devient vert, c'est ouvert. Okay.
Hear me? Okay, okay. Thank you. Sorry for this delay. There were some technical issues. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you, thank you. So, what are we talking about? I'd like to have the slide. This is a human citizen assembly in the framework of the European project CityDem. So just yesterday, we had this Congress of a Pan-European movement by popular initiative, Eumans. So the idea is a movement which is not presenting to elections, but just trying to activate direct democracy and participatory democracy, because we think that the big challenges of nowadays, starting from climate change, artificial intelligence, but even, for instance, defense, those issues that apparently are only a matter of governments, well, they could be addressed also by participatory democracy and civic participation. We had, for instance, also the Conference on the Future on Europe, so an institutional experiment on that, and I would say an institutional praxis on that. And for instance, European citizens had the chance to have their say and propose some deliberation on those very important topics, including defense, just to give you an example. And why I'm telling you that? Because with this experiment, we will do something slightly different. We won't address exactly the challenges within this citizen assembly, but we will address a method. We will address democracy itself. So I would like to define this project, CityDem project, kind of a matryoshka, because within an experiment of social innovation, we will talk about democracy and social innovation. So on the first day, today it's an informative day in which you will learn a lot about best practices, and things are happening all around the world about democracy, the digital democracy, citizen assemblies, but also direct democracy and referendum. Those will be the issue addressed in the first panel today, and then in the after the lunch break, we will address what's the European situation. So what are the existing European tools of participatory democracy and how can we improve them? So today, this is an informative day, open to everyone. Thank you for being there. Many of you were already yesterday at the Humans Congress. I'm happy to see you again. But tomorrow we will have only 50 of you, which are randomly selected, and you probably know it. You received an email with all the instruction. But those of you who are randomly selected will come back tomorrow and discuss in 4 working groups. Thanks to the help of our fantastic facilitator, you will be able to deliberate on what you learned today. So be very careful, everybody, not only the randomly selected people, but especially the randomly selected people. You must be very careful, because based on the information of today, tomorrow we will have a discussion and deliberate some proposal. And then, together with Eumans and maybe the other CityDem partners, but also the partners of the Democratic Odyssey, which we can consider a sister assembly. And I'm very happy also Calypso Nicolaidis is there. And in the second panel, we will deepen with our experts some of also the best practices of self-organized citizen assembly. But what I was saying, that the deliberation of tomorrow will become political proposals. So we can decide if we will address those proposals to the European Parliament through a package of petition, or maybe address it to the European civil society to mobilize around those issues for more democracy and participation in Europe. So today we will start, since our objective is also to speak with institution directly and to have a hook to the European institution. We will start with a video, an institutional greetings from the Commissioner Suica, which was a former commissioner to democracy and now commissioner to Mediterranean. And we invited her, but she responded with this video. We are very happy that someone in the European Commission is watching us and paying attention to our experiment of today, because they are also the destinatary of our work of these 2 days. So it's very important to have their feedback and impression. And I would like to give the floor through this video as soon as we are ready. Dès qu'on est prêt avec la vidéo, to the video of Commissioner Suica. We would like to start with the video of Commissioner Suica. This way, as soon as you tell me that the video is ready. Okay.
Dear participants of the European Citizens Assembly, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak to you today. Let me congratulate you on having this two-day event. It is both an assembly on democratic innovation and a social movement. Your grassroots movement is truly European or transnational, to use your own terms. Your event comes at a time where in some countries populists have the upper hand and where the only issue they are advancing is what they think is the national interest. A lot has been done on innovating democracy, and there remains much more to do. As mayor of Dubrovnik, I once introduced the first Children's City Council. I'm a true believer in citizens' engagement, especially our youth. Some of you present here today joined me in the Conference on the Future of Europe or participated in the European Citizens panels, which are a direct outcome of the proposals of the conference. We continue this work of European Citizens panels. The next one is on the European budget, on the multi-annual financial framework. The online debate is open, so please do go online and contribute. Make your voice heard and follow the panels themselves, which are taking place from March to May. Citizens want us politicians to hear them, and we should listen. We often say how important it is that citizens trust politicians, but we decision makers must also trust citizens. Give them the time and space they need to do their great work. We must be brave and find innovative and creative solutions to make our democracy work better for all. I am very grateful that you are revitalizing democracy in this sense. There is so much of divisive contents and disinformation in the public domain, and a lot of it is amplified by the social media networks. Real debate amongst people who are engaging and have strong views is so valuable, and it can make, and I'm sure will make, a difference. It is very good to see that there are citizens who are engaging in our most precious common good called democracy. So let us take good care and strengthen it as you will today and tomorrow. Let me wish you a fruitful European Citizen Assembly with lively debates and a lot of impact and inspiration. Together, we build a democracy fit for the future.
So, a big thank from the distance to the Commissioner Suica, and I think that the channel of participation, institutional channel of participation she mentioned is very important, and this video will be also a material available for citizens who are randomly selected. So tomorrow you can also rewatch it, because it's very important to pay attention also to this suggestion to use this participatory channel. And maybe have some suggestion on how to improve it. So thanks for taking notes about what have been said, but for tomorrow, for the working groups, if you need to rewatch it, and this is also an option available also with the other video that will be transmitted today. So, this assembly is possible thanks to the work of many people, of course. Thanks to the work we have done with Eumans, but also thanks to Prossima Democrazia, which is an organization, here Stefano Soggio is the president, an organization specialized in also the technique of sortition and the way a deliberative assembly should work. Stefano Soggio, president of Prossima Democrazia, will tell us more about how this particular assembly will work. Stefano, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lorenzo, and thank you to every one of us for being here. And my role today is to go more in details of the work we are going to do these 2 days. And today, as you know, is the first day, is the information day. And the overall objective of the first day is to provide you with information on the functioning of deliberative, democratic face-to-face and online tools, and how they can be mixed and matched in a systemic way, and on the role of civil society organization, or maybe in the future political parties or transnational parties, new deliberative parties maybe, in promoting and implementing such processes. So to this end, we have organized 2 panels of experts. And I will firstly like to thank them for their availability and commitment. So the first panel is dedicated to deepening the knowledge of democratic deliberative processes, while the second one is about the role of civil society organization in deliberative processes based on real cases. This is mainly the first day, which is an informative day. The second day is a deliberative one, and tomorrow, as Lorenzo said before, we will have a randomly selected group of participants that will discuss on how best to use deliberative democratic tools, mixing them and using them to integrate traditional democratic institutions. For instance, elected assemblies, referenda, petitions, citizens' initiatives, and so on. So 4 subgroups will be formed, each of them supported by a facilitator and a note taker. Please find facilitators in the room. Please stand up if you can, so that you can locate them. Here there are 3. The fourth is yeah, okay. And so the main aim of the deliberative day, I mean, the scope of the group work is to draft 1 or 2 recommendations for civil society organization or political organization to implement participatory deliberative processes in a systemic way. So, I mean, using different democratic tools to recommend policies or processes or projects to civil society organization or parties or institution implementing it. And you will be asked to deliberate on the pros and the cons of different options arising when it comes to organizing such processes. And in the final plenary, there will be a voting session. So you will be asked to use different colored cards. Green for I'm in favor, obviously. Yellow for I have doubts, but I will not oppose. And red for I am against. We will then count the cards and come up with a ranking. So that's it. Feel free to ask if you wish to have more details, or us as a coordination team for further explanation. And now hand over again to Lorenzo Mineo. There is our first panel moderator, and welcome again. Deliberate and have fun.
Thank you. So I would like to call on the floor, since I already can see them seated here. I can call on the floor Mr. Paul Blocher, professor in political sociology at University of Bologna. Ms. Calypso Nicolaidis, chairing global affairs at the School of Transnational Governance at the EUE. Mr. Gianluca Sgueo, Senior Associate Researcher at the Center for Digitalization, Democracy and Innovation of the Brussels School of Governance. And we will have also a video of Jane Suter. I would suggest we are creative, so we can also, well, we can sit this way. You have a good, do you have a good visual of the speakers? I think so. Okay, so we keep this way. I would like to start by the introduction of Paul Blocher, which is also the coordinator of this CityDem project, which is not only based to this first Eumans kickoff assembly, but will continue in many more assemblies. So Paul, you can tell us more about this European project and what we expect from the CityDem assemblies.
Should I stay here or go up there?
Yes, go up.
Okay, maybe it's easier. Okay, good morning, everybody. I can imagine that I'm a bit in a state of chaos for all kinds of reasons, but being a coordinator and also being one of the, whatever we want to call it, the kind of expert on participation, having to inform you in a way about participation makes things a little bit complex. I'm a professor at the University of Bologna. I work on sociological approaches to democracy. I will say a little bit more about that later. And at the University of Bologna, we're also coordinating this project, which includes another university, University Maastricht, not too far away from here in the Netherlands. And then we have 10 civil society organizations. And that's where the fun kicks in, because to keep these organizations working together and keep them on track is not always that easy. It's a bit like working with students. I hope I'm not offending anyone. But anyhow, so this is our first real citizens assembly within this project, CityDem. We will have at least 6, 7 other ones in other cities in Europe, including one in Bologna at a certain stage. And we'll also have a couple of really European assemblies where we bring people together from all over Europe in the next, let's say, 18 months or so. But let us start thinking together about why we are here today. And maybe the best starting point is really to reflect on something that most people, I think, when you use the word immediately, yeah, they feel unease in a way, and the word is really politics. And so if you say politics to people, you want to talk about politics, they go like, no, I'd rather not, please. But it is, in a way, because I believe in modern society, we are starting to think about politics as if it is something that is only for professionals, people in parliaments, in governments, etc. We were yesterday in the European Parliament. But that's, in many ways, that's my suggestion today. That's a wrong starting point. The French have this very nice distinction between le and la politique, which in a way sums it all up. We can't leave politics to formal institutions, to political parties, etc. Politics is everywhere. And the less democracy we find around ourselves, the more we start realizing that politics is being taken away from us. Politics being in many ways expressing ourselves on things that we think matter. I mean, if I don't say politics, but one of the core themes we will going to discuss today and tomorrow, the right to abortion, then it becomes something much more close to many people's lives. And then it's all of a sudden not anymore far away technocratic discussions in institutions that we can't really follow. It's something that might actually be something we need in this very moment we speak. And so politics is something we, in one way or the other, are all engaged in. And that's another aspect I think we need to reflect upon, and abortion is a good example, is that we're increasingly seeming to be living in societies, still formerly called democratic societies, where some of these very important issues to many of us, like abortion, like euthanasia, we've been discussing this yesterday a little bit as well, like climate change, like migration, like the enormous explosion of digital tools in the form of artificial intelligence. These are all issues that affect us daily, in daily lives, and where politics needs to take decisions, but often seems not really able to do so. And so maybe we still think of politics as something that is about going out and vote, participate in elections, etc. But we have to admit, I think, on many occasions that even if we vote for a party, one or the other, that party is probably not going to be able to deliver. Think about, I don't know, you might have heard of the European Union's Green Deal. That looked like, more than a year ago, still like something that was really going to take on climate change. Look at where that Green Deal is right now. It's rather a brown deal or a black deal. There's very little left of this sort of progressive attempt to deal with climate change that is affecting us in our daily lives. So party politics is probably not enough. There are all kinds of reasons for that. Maybe elections and political party competition prevent formal politics from making certain decisions, overcoming certain forms of conflict, overcoming deep standoffs between groups in society. It might also, because of other reasons, like in some cases political party, as happens in all of our societies, are engaged in corrupt practices or other types of wrong behavior, which prevent them in a way from delivering on, let's say, honest, transparent, democratic politics. It might also be like in the case with the Green Deal, that maybe parties are elected by us, but then when we have elected them, they don't really listen to us anymore. They start listening much more to industrial lobbies and things like that. And so then we voted for them, but then they actually don't really stand up for us anymore. And so that means that we need to think together about how politics cannot be reduced to formal politics. If we care about many of, let's say, the basic goods that we prefer to have in our daily lives. And basic goods, by the way, also includes civil society, democracy, etc. And that makes this type of talk, I have to admit, for me at least, also particularly difficult in current times. I mean, anyone who's following the developments in the United States will recognize that democracy can disappear very, very quickly, which makes perhaps the things I'm going to say now even more important. And that also means that we need to start with awareness. We need to start with realizing that politics is not something far away. It's not something only the powerful can do, but something we can engage in all of us. I mean, I come from, I'm a bit of course, a nerdy university professor, which means that I've been studying a lot of things intensely for a long period of time. My most important field of research is Central and Eastern Europe and, let's say, the developments from communism in the second half of last century and then the road towards democracy. Well, one of the slogans in Czechoslovakia in the 1970s was indeed the power of the powerless. So people became aware of the fact that they could actually do something. For instance, simply by not collaborating with the authorities. That's something I think I would like to tell more explicitly to Americans nowadays, where it seems to be that many American citizens are increasingly withdrawing from democratic politics because of fear, because of all kinds of other aspects. But there are many instances, also in recent history, where you see that, in particularly moments of crisis, people do manage to make their voice heard. People do manage to mobilize and to show to the powers that be that their view of how things are going is that things are going very badly. One case that made me very excited some 15 years ago was Iceland. I don't know if you know this story, but there was a huge global economic and financial crisis, and Iceland was maybe the worst case around. It built up in a couple of days the biggest public debt in human history because its three main banks collapsed overnight. The core of the story there was those banks collapsed because politicians and others had been abusing their positions to engage in all kinds of risky financial practices using taxpayers' money. Why is this story important for us? Because within a very short period of time, the Icelanders started mobilizing. They came out every week in front of I don't know if you've ever been in Reykjavik, but the House of Parliament is something we wouldn't necessarily recognize as a parliament because it's a very small parliament, but you would have every week in front of the parliament protests, rotten eggs being thrown towards the parliament, etc. And so a huge outcry of public unease, politics in the making, people increasingly mobilizing and shifting from a negative, let's say, critique on we don't like what is going on, we don't like politicians using taxpayers' monies to fill their own pockets, but it turned into something much bigger, a kind of moral, fundamental questioning of how they wanted Icelandic society to be. And this led, also with the help of grassroots movements, to things like we're doing right now. So one of the earlier attempts at setting up of citizens' assemblies, randomly selected citizens that started discussing the future of Iceland. And it even led to a kind of citizen-driven, what was also called a crowdsourced way of rewriting the Icelandic constitution. Well, I won't go to the end of the story because that rewriting of the constitution never really happened, or the constitution was rewritten, but that constitution was never adopted. So you might say, okay, so it didn't really add up to anything in the end. But that's not true, because until this very day in Iceland, that history is very well known. It keeps on coming back. And you could relate it to another story in the same context, Ireland, and we'll hear Jane Souter talk about it later, where there was a similar outcry in a way towards what happened in the global economic and financial crisis in Ireland, particularly with regard to housing, the labor market, etc. And there it led to a similar process of citizens' deliberation, which did lead to changes in the Irish constitution, for instance, with regard to same-sex marriage and abortion. Exactly those topics I mentioned before that affect all of us in many ways, that are very close to us, that show to us that politics is not something far away, boring, technocratic, but it's about core, let's call them again, basic goods that we probably want to enjoy in our daily lives. And so the core questions become then, and this is a tough one, I have to say, and I've been sitting on this and studying this for almost 3 decades now, and I still don't have a clear answer, but the core questions become then, when, how can citizens empower themselves? how can a group of people become a sort of powerful group in its own right? It's not very easy to see when this works, when it doesn't. There are many non-successes, but there are also a couple of huge successes. And let's not forget, and I think this is a lesson today that we better keep very upfront in our minds, is that many of the biggest dictatorships in human history toppled because people stood up. I mean, one of the first research projects I did was on Romania. Well, you might have seen the images of December 1989 in Romania, where people finally went out in the streets against one of the most dramatic dictatorships in Central and Eastern Europe under Nicolae Ceausescu. And so that is a case where you can say, okay, empowerment did work in that case. Empowerment, by the way, can mean very different things. It can be something I think will happen here, I hope that at least today, which is empowerment of us individually, learning, critically reflecting, getting new knowledge, getting new insights. And what I think is the most powerful human capacity, which is crucial to learning, is imagination. Imagining new things, seeing things you weren't seeing before, and then try to act upon that. So there's the individual level of empowerment, but most of the times we also need more collective forms. Group empowerment, start working together with other people, which is always difficult, but when it works, it's fantastic. And it really shows how you can, in a way, generate power without having power. And so that's mostly about collaborating, and that's also something we learn in these occasions, I think, because deliberation is not an easy thing to do. It's about listening, it's about carefully listening, it's about critically listening, it's about articulating our own positions in a meaningful way, and also trying to get across to other people so they can understand what we say, which is not easy. I'm always puzzled when I get the exams in, when I have taught a course and at the end I get the final exams, and I thought, I was teaching this, but I did get back this. How is it possible? And so that also makes us reflect on we're all imaginary beings. And so maybe people, when they listen to me, they imagine something very different from what I was imagining, which is fine. But then we need to get back in a way to imagining together, of course. And so there's the group level, and maybe even more important is the collective empowerment, the empowerment in a way of how we want our societies to be. Maybe that's the main reason that we are here. And that brings me indeed to, and I guess this is a bit of an introduction also to many things that will be said to me, will be said to you afterwards, is there are certain instruments out there, of course. We are, at least not yet, in Czechoslovakia 1970s, where to have your voice heard meant you would get arrested, where it wasn't possible to speak out in public on what you thought was important and needed to happen. And so we have to realize that we're still in a much more democratic situation where we have instruments. If we think, for instance, even on the European level, we talked about it yesterday with the Eumans Congress, you have various ways of, for instance, reaching out to the European Parliament, a petition, or you can send a complaint to the ombudsman, a specific figure that is to defend the rights of individuals, European citizens, and even non-citizens. You can also engage with something we talk about later today, if I'm not mistaken, the so-called European Citizens Initiative. So that's also a way of empowering yourself by collaborating with others and make known to the institutions that you think this should be done, like, for instance, much more accessible abortion in European Union member states. And there's now the recent more clear tendency towards what we're going to do tomorrow, that is citizens' assemblies, where people indeed use their capacities together to try to think about solutions that a lot of other people will recognize as useful solutions. But what we often forget in these types of, let's say, more formal democratic instruments, that there is an enormous amount of activity that you need that is not really part explicitly of the institutional instruments that are being offered to us. And there, civil society becomes extremely important, because anyone who has been active democratically will recognize this, but maybe also people who have never been democratically active recognize this. That is, if you start doing democracy, that's a lot of work. It means that a lot of your evenings indeed are not anymore as I normally want to do, sort of play my guitar or so. No, it means debating with others, setting up things with others, having discussions with others of how to move forward, etc. And so it takes a lot of time. It takes expertise. You need to know when and how things might work. Like I said at the start, often citizen democratic engagement doesn't work. It doesn't lead to the desired changes. But then it's also true, we need to keep in mind, you have to have a long breath. And if the first time it doesn't work, you need to try the second time, particularly if you care very deeply about it. And so these are my final words indeed. We need to recognize that democratically participating, we can't do that all by ourselves. We need help. We need to mobilize together. And indeed, often civil society organizations are those that have been doing this for a long time. They know where and when and how to act to be more effective. And so that's something to keep in mind when we start addressing complex issues for which we would like to see political solutions that we all find agreeable in one way or the other. I will keep it there because, I mean, I'm probably already over time. Okay, thank you so much. And have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paul, for this introduction, an overview, I would say, about recent events in modern democracy that is very helpful to understand what this new form of democracy, deliberative democracy, is really needed to address our challenges and policies nowadays. And in this panel, we will have, after the introduction of Paul, which already went into the CityDem project, we will explore another example of self-organized citizen assembly before going into institutional example of citizen assembly. So the other example of self-organized citizen assembly is what I called our sister assembly, Democratic Odyssey, coordinated by Calypso Nicolaidis. So when we can have a confirmation that the technical part is currently working, we could also go to the introduction of the Democratic Odyssey project. In the meantime, don't forget to take notes and also think about your ideas and suggestions and questions, because at the end of this panel, we will have a Q&A. So your questions, curiosity, insights are very helpful. Okay. We are okay? Okay. Calypso, do you want the mic? The floor is yours.
I guess I do need the mic, right? I mean, I can project. And after all, it's a bit unequal because you guys don't have the mic. And we're kind of talking about giving voice to everyone. So who are we to have more voice? So actually, I'd like to ask you before even saying anything else, how many of you have been part of a citizen assembly before in your life? And if the organizers take their hands down. Okay, we have a couple. So it's really cool and new for everybody, this experience, this new thing. What are we doing here? And I think Paul gave you a wonderful overview of what's at stake here in the world, especially as we're watching what's happening in the other side of the Atlantic that has ripple effect, not just in Europe, but around the world. And it's not pretty. in terms of democracy. I think the message came loud and clear, Paul. And so in this, today, we are talking about a wonderful new project which combines the forces and the inspiration of Eumans, and I hear you had a wonderful congress yesterday. And then we have this project, Citydem, taking assemblies in different cities. And all of this connects to the question we're dealing with today. How revolutionary do we want to be? And I want another little poll here. I would like to ask you to vote between 0 and 5, or 1 and 5. If 5, you think electoral democracy is either works or can be improved, and that's really what we're talking about. And these regular votes make sense, and you can kick the rascals out. So that's electoral democracy. And then there's a whole bunch of other people who think that there is this other way, random selection. And how many of you in this room have been randomly selected to be in this room? Right. The members of the Assembly, Lorenzo, of tomorrow. So we're going to see you tomorrow as these citizens randomly selected. So collectively, you are supposed to represent society in a different way. You're supposed to mirror society because you're very diverse, different ages, gender, da-da-da-da-da. So that's one. That's a different kind of democracy. And you could believe, and some people believe, that really in the future, this is what we should be. Just assemblies of random citizens making decisions. So I'd like to have, how many of you, so think just for 5 seconds, between 1 and 5, 5's electoral traditional, 1 the other world, what do you believe? And then maybe you'll change your mind by the end of this morning's session. So how many of you are with 5? I'm not raising my hand, but it's okay. We need a bit of 5s here. 4. Okay, 4, 3, 4, 5. 3. Ooh, you're all in the middle. That is very cool because that's the title of our session, right? How do we combine? How many of you are more radical than that? 2? Okay. Quite a few, about 10, 12 of you. See how fast I count? Note that 72% of statistics are made up on the spot. So I'm making up how many of you are, but that's not entirely true. I can count you. And then how many of you are 1? It should just be citizen assemblies. Maybe, not a single yet. Yeah, I'm myself in 3, just to be clear. So we're a majority, but we respect, Paul described deliberation, we respect each other. So, okay, so most of us believe we can combine different logic. And that's what we're going to talk about in the time that I have with you, because that's a question we've been asking. No, I have the clicker. I'm good. So I am here in part because, not because I'm some sort of prof, I mean, we're not that nerdy, Paul, we do things, right? But because, in part, with many friends in this room, including facilitators like Berta, and some of the participants, and Paul, and others, and Lorenzo, we have this project that has preceded Citydem Eumans, which is called the Democratic Odyssey. And as Lorenzo already said, we are sister assemblies, and we're going to say something about what this means that we're sister assembly. You're part of a movement. Yes, there is an event today and tomorrow, but this is a movement, right? And it's all about this, a picture of Athens, the assembly comes to town. So what does it mean? So I'm going to say something a bit general, but then I'm going to come to the synergies between our different assembly projects. But here, I want to first put this image up on the screen here. This is very important. Paul said it already. There's all sorts of technicalities and methods and debates about all of this. But at the end of the day, what is empowerment? Paul gave us many definitions. What is democracy? Radical democracy, empowerment of the people. It is about, I would submit to you, writing yourself in the collective story. Writing yourself in the collective story. So what I'd like to ask you is to close your eyes for just 20 seconds. We're going to close our eyes, plant our feet, be in the here and now, and imagine yourself for the next few months, years, writing yourself in the story. Maybe you are in the sea, maybe you're in a mountain, maybe you're in a crowded square. Maybe the story is beautiful and happy or sad or dark, but write yourself in the story. Maybe we come back with our stories in our mind. How are you feeling? Were you able to? Can you throw words at me? Just words. It can be like pink or wave or any words that may characterize this writing yourself in the story. Resistance. Sorry? I heard a voice here. Busy? Busy. Resistance is also active. Others who are not so active, maybe just lying on a beach. What? Right. Right and right. Bees. Bees, like bzz. Peace. I thought you said bees because, you know, bees have to be part of the story. In fact, in the European Parliament, where you were yesterday, next year they're going to create an assembly for pollinators. And part of our question that many of us have asked before is the presence of absence, the parliament of the invisibles. The bees are not that invisible, but they can't speak. How do we make the absence speak? Life, all sorts of life. Any other words you're burning to throw in? Well, that's a lot of bits and pieces of stories, and we can continue to have these stories in our mind. But you are part of this story. Democracy is the aggregation of all of our imaginations of being together and projecting ourselves in the future. Now, from there, what do we do? I think Paul has already made the case strongly that the EU in this world must ride the democratic wave. There is a democratic wave all around the world, and we must not be Eurocentric. Things are happening, you know, from Brazil to Nigeria to Vietnam. Everywhere you have movements, and in fact, it's quite normal. People want to have a voice. I mean, why should we be surprised? But very often in the rest of the world, they have preceded us. But I think it's fair to make the case that, especially now in the Trump era, the EU, that doesn't have a special role. I mean, we certainly are not going to be this exceptional place. But it's a place of experimentation, of how you do democracy across borders, with many languages and many cultures and many politics. And that's what the EU can be about. So in that sense, the EU can be a laboratory. There are many laboratories. We can be one. And for one, I'm an IR person, international relations person, I believe that citizen power Europe is a geopolitical asset. It's not just a nice thing we do because we love each other. No. It can be our power in the world, or part of our power. I mean, you might add a few 800 billion to create a European military, but we are the resilience. You were speaking about resilience, right? It starts with citizen power. That's the case that Paul was making earlier. So we're saying the EU must ride the democratic wave. And now when we speak about democracy, we're not going to go into every detail here today. But, you know, this is one pyramid, Matt's pyramid, but there are many other. There are many, many different ways of thinking about democratic innovation. Because already, for instance, in this city, you have a lot of community groups in Brussels, housing groups and energy groups, and all around Europe, you have these groups. You have tech, of course. You have all sorts of levels of governance, participatory structures, and on top here of the pyramid, this idea of mini public. Groups like you, all of those who raise your hand, who represent a kind of microcosmos of the public sphere, of the public at large. This is one in a series of different types of innovation. So that's what the space, the landscape in which we are conversing today. And so why specifically do we focus on citizen assemblies? This is the magic circle, right? This is the 1 to 5 I was asking you about, was electoral versus deliberative. We also have direct democracy. Paul talked about European Citizens Initiative, referenda. Well, that's the people directly, boom, aggregating. All of these are modes of aggregation of your dreams and stories that you had earlier. How do we aggregate these? We call them interests, positions, whatever we want to create, but they're all modes of aggregating. Electoral, you just vote. Direct democracy, also you vote. But there is this other thing, you deliberate, you speak. And maybe that will change your vote in the other 2 spheres. This is why we're talking about complementarity. And it'd be great to hear you on whether you think that these can work together. So, but that's the idea, that deliberation comes in to improve the quality of the decision you may make by voting directly or for MEPs. And it's important that this is not about reducing democracy to lottery, but to embrace the complexity of being together. Complexity is okay. Let's not be afraid of it. That's what the message is. And here, there are some sort of insights on what and why, deliberative democracy. We are a hive mind. And I know, Lorenzo, that I'm almost at my time of 15 minutes. So I'm just going to accelerate. But we are, I love this expression, back to our bees piece. We are like a hive. You all know about a hive. So that's a beautiful metaphor for what citizen assembly is. Somehow we're all individual bees, but we can do something together. And these are 3 components of what should inspire us. There is ancient democracy, not just in Athens, but all over the Middle East. 3,000 years ago already, there were lots of randomly selected citizen groups in cities. We can have a conversation about that. And there is ancient Athens. And of course, I'm half Greek, so, I'm not going to poo-poo what happened in Athens. But I think it's Athenocentric or Greco-centric to say, oh, we invented democracy. It was only there. No, but it's inspiring. Now, how do you combine this inspiration of the ancient with modern technology? That's part of the story that we want to explore together. And of course, secondly, again, there is nobody voted 5. Because you're all super clever and you can see we're in a mess. Electoral democracy doesn't deliver. It should be kept, but improved. So we have a huge problem of distrust, disaffection, etc., of electoral democracy, especially among the young. And we are talking about planetary politics, existential question. From climate to nuclear. We can destroy ourselves. We need to find better way to survive, basically. Okay, so, and one way to summarize the hive mind is what the Irish people, Paul already talked about it, who had citizen assembly on abortion, gay marriage, never managed to kind of get a deal on that, and boom, citizen assembly, and they vote and it happens. So citizen assembly get the hard job done. I really like this expression. So citizen assemblies in the literature, there's 4 claims that you represent, you look like normal citizens, ordinary citizens, whatever label you want to put. That's really cool. More than MEPs, and especially more than presidents and ministers and prime ministers and all of that. We kind of look normal. Sorry, don't quote me on the seats of power. We are impartial, and Paul talked about this already. You can't corrupt a citizen assembly because you meet a few times and boom, you're back home playing the guitar. So corruption, which is the greatest pathologies of our politics, well, much harder in citizen assemblies. And then, of course, it gives us a sense of equality in accessing power, and we create a diverse space with lots of jargon, epistemic, but lots of ways of knowing, of thinking, of dreaming yourself, writing yourself in the story. So that's what citizen assembly do for us. Now, there are people who don't buy this story, but we could have a long conversation about why we shouldn't buy this story. And that's why many of you voted 3. It's not all alone, they can't do it. So there are lessons to what happened in the EU, because we heard from Commissioner Witha, who has been very supportive of what we are all trying to do. But frankly, the EU, great, has big budget, big means, lots of interpreters, but we can kind of do better than them. Ha ha ha, that's what we say. With less budget, that's the key, and less carbon footprint. So we can create that kind of, the vision is to create assemblies and hopefully a vision to create a permanent assembly for the EU. And this is what takes us to the connection between Citydem Eumans and Democratic Odyssey. All of us are asking how we can contribute to a vision of radical change, democratic change, building on the accumulated experience in the EU, top-down and bottom-up by civil society. And so, well, we discussed this in Athens. I have some pictures here for you to give you a sense. I'm going to skip these because we can talk about complementarity, but boom, between territories, modes of representation and participation. The DO-Citydem complementarity, and Paul, we need to discuss this even more intensely, is to combine the translocal. Paul was already talking about how there's this assembly and there will be other assemblies in other cities, and the transnational, bringing people from all over Europe who are not from that city. We're doing this in complementary way, but let's remember this term, translocal. We are all trying to do democratic foresight, thinking about the future in democracy, not just the experts doing that. We are also exploring how to combine an institutional logic, I didn't say boring, I could have, but also with civic arts, and Stefano is here, who will give us a song tomorrow, perhaps, singing, theater, etc., because that's who we are. Why should we separate our artistic mind and our political mind? And finally, and I'm done now, to connect, to not be afraid of tech-enhanced assembly. This is a really hard debate. My experience in Democratic Odyssey, but part of this story is to try to compare our different experience in different projects and see who is experimenting with what and what we learn. How many of you have ever played with AI, ChatGPT and all the rest of it? Everyone, right? That's so cool, like almost everyone in this room. But when we try to introduce AI in assemblies, there are lots and lots of resistance. It's like, is AI going to decide for us? Am I going to have an AI avatar who's going to just think for me? No. So it's really a hard question. How do you go from your playing with ChatGPT to using AI in an assembly? So guys, this is going to be really useful for Eumans and Citydem, because we are starting to experiment. We've used, you mentioned Taiwan, so we have used the Polis. This is a software in Taiwan to try to aggregate preferences. And the beauty of it is, like, you vote on various things, and then you have a map of all the preferences of people in Taiwan who have voted, and you situate yourself in that map. Super cool. Maybe at one point, I see that you're shrugging your shoulder, but it's a very interesting. So we're trying to reproduce that and ask how we can reproduce that. So to include all of this, Democratic Odyssey, Eumans, Citydem together, our sister assemblies, it's a long journey. And we need to inspire each other to experiment on how we do citizen assemblies. And little by little, we are a flotilla, we have pilot of transnational, translocal assembly. And in my view, all of this, and I think it's shared, I know Paul and I have worked a lot on this, we hope that this will be also a movement, not just an experience for you today or tomorrow, but a movement whereby eventually down the road, we have a permanent traveling citizen assembly for the EU and maybe elsewhere in the world and maybe globally. And then we just take over hegemony and we, dominate the world. So thank you so much. And I'm really looking forward to our conversations later on.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Calypso. I think your speech was very inspirational for our challenge of building a pan-European movement by popular initiative, and some of the words you use, transnational and translocal, how to combine these dimensions. These I think are the question that we have to ask ourselves also in building this movement. And also the democratic and civic use of artificial intelligence is something that we have discussed yesterday in the Eumans Congress, and I think that those assemblies and occasions are very important to try to find also solution and proposal on this topic. And now we will go on some institutional examples of deliberative democracy, but in combination, I would say, with digital democracy. We're going to do this with a professor and expert of digital democracy, but also a friend, Gianluca Sguer.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you, Paul and Calypso. Yes, it's nice that one of the last points that was addressed by Calypso relates to the use of technology, because that's what I am going to focus in the time I have. And I'd like to start from a personal experience, something very common. This morning before coming here, I connected on my mobile phone, and within 3 clicks, I booked a cab, and I got the cab arriving in my place and driving me here. And I'm pretty sure that in the last few days, many of us have used one of the many applications that are on our mobile phones to order a meal. And once again, if you think about that experience, if you think of it as an interface, you will realize that there are at least 3 very common features that are common in the design of every technology. The first one is the simplification of our interactions. The commercial technology is designed to be foolproof. You don't really need to know much in order to use it. If you are older than 30 years old, you might remember when buying a computer will come with a very thick manual with instructions. And if you today have most of the computers that are commercialized, you don't even have the instructions any longer. You just have to turn it on and it works. It's easy. It's intuitive. The second feature is the speed of the reaction that the digital service gives to your action. So once again, when you order your food, or when you book a cab, or when you book anything on the internet, you expect it to be delivered to you as soon as possible, within few hours. This is the claim of a very important company that I guess we all use. And the third feature operates to a certain extent. I will say I will define it as singularity, and I would exemplify it with Google Maps. When you turn Google Maps on, it does not just give you the direction to a place, it tells you which is the best direction for you in that specific moment of the day and according to your needs. If you are walking, you have a bike, or you have a car. And many of the digital products are designed in order to give us the feeling that it's a service tailored on our specific needs. Now, I want you to shift for moment to our democratic interactions done via a digital tool. So imagine when you interact with your government, with your public administration, in a consultation, in any kind of interaction. It doesn't have to be necessarily an exercise of democracy, and you do it digitally. And I think we can agree in this case, we have a clear separation between two different elements. On the one hand, you have what you expect from your interaction with the administration. So you expect to be fast at making a change or submitting a form or reaching an agreement. And by the way, Calypso mentioned the topics of complexity, but the topic of complexity is very hard to sell if you are a politician. So the whole storytelling of the digital government, not to talk about digital democracy, digital government is based on simplicity. This is going to be fast and easy as your interactions with any technology. And on the other hand, you realize that digital interactions, so digital democracy, it's just a reflection of everyday policymaking. So there are delays, negotiations are not always reaching an agreement, and you might find yourself disappointed by the way you are interacting, having a feeling that you are not reaching a conclusion. And so we experience this sort of clash between our expectations on everything that is digital and how we think it should work and the actual result. And that explains to me, as someone who has studied digital democracy for quite a long time, the paradox of the idea that with digitalization we will be all more engaged. And actually, if you look at the numbers, digital democracy hasn't really solved the problem of engagement. We are discussing today and in many other occasions what is the best way to have citizens re-engaged in public spaces. So the idea that we would install a digital tool on government and that will make government more appealing to all of us and we will be more engaged, according to the data, didn't really work. So we are facing this sort of paradox. I'm going to give you 3 examples. One of those was mentioned before. The first one is Polis. Yeah, it's a very interesting platform. This in the course I teach in Paris and Sciences Po on digital democracy, we do a simulation, a workshop using this platform. So students learn how to use it. And it's very nice because it gathers the comments from of citizens around clusters. And you as an organizer, you have a way to look at how participants are moving across different points, not just a yes and no. And one of the uses of Polis was in Taiwan, a very interesting platform. And this platform helped the activists to see how citizens were voting. And for example, one of the most famous votes that was held on that platform concerned the regulation of Uber in that country. The second software or platform is called Decidim, and this is also quite famous. It was used in the conference on the future of Europe. How many of you heard about this conference? Okay, good. It was a very interesting democratic exercise run by the European Union with the aim of giving European citizens the chance to tell the European Union what they will think. And the initiative was not meant to be only digital, but because it happened during the pandemic, most of it happened via a digital platform of the Conference of Future of Europe, and this platform was using this software. The third one is called Consul, is also open source. It was developed by the Municipality of Madrid, which launched a very interesting initiative called Decide Madrid. Pretty similar. If you were a resident from the city of Madrid, you could connect to the platform, you could propose a topic, you will need to gather attention and interest and approvals from other citizens, and whether you will reach 1% of the population supporting your idea, the municipality, the council, would commit to vote on your idea, and so make it, turn it into a law. Now, these three examples look quite successful, and I think to a certain extent we can consider Polis and witha one, the CDM and the Conference of the Future of Europe, and Consul and the City of Madrid, interesting success stories or best practices, but at the same time, there are some interesting drawbacks to consider. witha one did not get full support from the government after the initial phase, and so the interest from citizens and the participation was decreasing over time. The Conference on the Future of Europe, very interesting, and it has produced a list of recommendations for the European legislators to change Europe. But most of that initiatives, most of that ideas have not been implemented. And most importantly, if you look at the data of those who participated in the initiative, you will see that the large majority were the usual suspects. So people aged over 55 with a college degree and a financial status that is a little higher than the average. Now, what I'm trying to say is that if the idea of the platform was to truly engage the whole European population, in reality, those who participated were those who would be more willing to commit in any situation. The City of Madrid, extremely interesting, as I said. In total, after a few years of experimentation, the number of proposals that made their way from the very beginning, so Gianluca proposing an idea to other citizens of Madrid, gathering support, having it discussed in the council, and having it approved, it was just two. Two proposals made it and became law. Now, what I'm trying to say, and these are also my takeovers from the observation of these events, starting from the point that I shared before. So a great promise in digital technology, but at the same time, I wouldn't say a delusional result, but quite unsatisfactory result in a number of situations. The first one is that I wouldn't think that it would be fair to assess the quality and the success of a digital platform for participation if you only have concrete outcomes. What we just heard was also about creating a culture and a process of participation. However, I believe that if you only count on creating momentum and having citizens interested in the idea of participating without any concrete result, the initiative will be short-termed. That is my first takeover from observing what we have so far. Second element is the storytelling, and I will again remind you the word complexity. As someone who has worked a lot in different governments at different levels, I think the concept of complexity, if it is well presented, it's not something wrong. Dealing on a topic, finding an agreement, and having this decision implemented is a complex and lengthy process. So even if you are using a digital tool, you will still have this complexity remaining. So it can't be oversimplified, as unfortunately I see happening in many cases. The other key element is the design. How do you want to see, how do you want to frame the interactions between you as a participant and the consultative body? How these interactions should be designed? Should we give more space to the debate, or instead the moderation, or perhaps the sequence in a number of phases that will organize the process? None of these solutions is ideal, but the way you design digitally the process, it's an element that will contribute to have more citizens participating and being interested in the process. Participation should be continuous. This is another takeover. That means that having a single event works probably in the short term, but doesn't really work in the long term. And I'm referring again to the Conference on the Future of Europe or many other similar initiatives like that. And one last point that I think it's very important is that participation should be rewarding for any of the participants. What do I mean by rewarding? I think it should be, to a certain extent, gamified. So you should have a process in which taking part in deliberation, sharing your opinion, turns into some minor reward, as in a game, that is given to the participants. I'm going to conclude with a very interesting example. A few years ago, I took part in a very interesting project, EU-funded, was called Empatia, and it was about participatory democracy. And one of the outcomes of this project was the creation of a board game called Empaville. Empaville was a fictional city where people like you will be engaged in playing. They would have a role as a citizen. The idea was participatory budgeting. Teach people the value of deciding about the municipal budgeting. So you see, the authors of the project and those who were engaged like me designed it as a proper game. The scope of the game was not to reach consensus. The scope of the game was to show to participants how difficult is to find a solution that pleases everyone, and so how the scope is to compromise. So the design of the game was to make the negotiation very likely to fail until the moment that everyone would be willing to compromise from the original position their role was demanding. And this idea of giving a reward after a long negotiation turned out to be quite a successful case. Thank you very much. I wish you a very nice process and conversation in the following 2 days.
Thank you, Gianluca. Before going to our last panelist of this session, some logistic information that I forgot to say, shame on me, but there is also, as you know from the email, there are some people connected also on Zoom to listen to the Italian interpretation. I repeat in Italian for the Italians. Come non ho detto all'inizio, ma lo sapevate attraverso le mail, c'è la possibilità di seguire via Zoom con interpretazione italiana e ci sono alcune persone collegate. And we are also connected on the YouTube live streaming on the Eumans channel, quindi sul canale YouTube anche di Eumans. Coming back to our panel and our session, The last speech and intervention is a video, will be a video from the Irish experience, which have been which has been mentioned many times, the Irish case of Citizen Assembly, the first big one we had in Europe. And this video from Professor James Witha will help us understand what actually happened with the Irish case, which is not only an example of deliberative democracy, but a combination of direct and deliberative democracy, because after civic deliberation, we had a referendum on that deliberation. So we learned in the Calypso speech the difference from deliberative and direct democracy, but sometimes those two methods can be combined. So the floor is to Jane Sweeter.
To say hi from Dublin. I'm sorry that I couldn't be with you all there today. So
maybe we can restart.
Good session. So I just thought I'd spend a few minutes on some lessons on deliberative democracy from the Irish experience, and hopefully to be some things that some of you at least will find useful. So the different Irish processes that I'll go through briefly with the first witha.
Is a problem with the video? Okay. Okay, let's try to... Okay, these are technical issues. In the meantime, if you have
Hello,
any...
hi. I wanted to say hi from Dublin.
Okay, is the volume at the maximum? Okay, we have some technical issues with the video. So, okay, in the meantime, these things happens. In the meantime, unless we, until we will broadcast the video in the good format. This could be also an occasion to collect eventually any question from the whole speeches of panelists, and also to start a dialogue among panelists eventually, if they have any consideration about any specific topic that have been raised by the previous speeches. So if you have any question, until we will solve this situation, this could be a good opportunity to take some question from the public. If there is any curiosity, I see someone raising a hand, and we can circulate a microphone.
Hi, thank you. At this panel, you talked about technology and also interacting with the citizens. This made me also think about this MEP that appeared from Cyprus, Phidias, and I don't know, what's your thought on this case? Because it comes from a specific situation of influencer, but if you compare other influencers, for example, in the case of Spain, of the Se Acabó la Fiesta, it's more of like scammers, but Phidias gives you this kind of, might surprise you because you expect a bit more populist, but also is very outlandish, very independent in its way, and also try to find, I think he's trying to make like an app so that his citizens, maybe in Cyprus or in the EU, to vote on a democratic way as he thinks, because he's very critical on the EU, but not in a way of just being against it in all always. And I would like to know what's your opinion between the speakers about this character.
For the question, then we can collect another few. Maybe this was a very specific one, so I would go with the answer, with my personal answer, and then if anyone has any other. Thank you for your question. It would be great to have question related at the same times with what have been said by the previous panel. But okay, you would take.
I mean, it's kind of I think it's a cool question because I haven't thought about it, but my instinct is always, you know, can this person help us with what we're doing? And so on the plus versus minus, the minus is that, of course, you have influencers. It's a very individualist kind of approach. You've got your thing, you've got your 100,000, you know, followers, etc. So the logic is very different. It's from one to everyone, and it's quite unilateral. He's not in that much in a listening mode. He's in an influencer mode. But on the other hand, so is that good for our belief in participatory democracy connected with electoral democracy? So he's now played the game of electoral democracy. He was outside in informal civil society, and he's played, right? That's the story you're telling, that this guy has become an MEP, right? Yeah, we know the case. It's fascinating. On the other hand, that's the world we live in, especially in the young generation. The guy did get elected, and we're not denying the importance of electoral democracy. So he has his elected, legitimacy. So the question for us and for you is whether we can co-opt him in the participatory movement, and you kind of implied that. Because in a way, he's someone who connects to his voters in different ways than the traditional MEP, you know, who speaks, well, whatever, who campaigns in traditional way. Well, he might be someone, a bridge, this kind of people, if we can convince them that it's not just their unilateral voice, but they can be part of conversations, then he could be one of our best promoters in the EP. So can I put it to you, because one big part of what we're trying to do, and yesterday you were meeting at the European Parliament, we need to work with the MEPs. And that's not easy. I mean, it's not, I didn't say this earlier, but we need to all think about not just, ooh, how wonderful is this to have citizen assembly, but all the resistance, all the obstacles to the participatory movement. And it's very understandable. You know, MEPs have their own legitimacy. And if you get them, if they speak to you here, they'll say, yeah, citizen involvement, wonderful. Of course, they will say that. Nobody's against citizen. But if you get them in a bar after 3, you know, pints of beer, they'll say, really, who are you? You know, you weren't elected. You were chosen randomly. I was elected by X number of people. And plus I'm doing all this work in the EP, and you know, you guys don't know anything. So you can hear a lot of things, right? So there's a lot of resistance in the EP, but we also have many friends who understand a different story, that their legitimacy as MEPs, if they worked really closely with citizen assemblies or an assembly, they could enhance each other. The assembly could be a link, a kind of amplifying the voice of MEPs. Working together. There is a picture there. And in that sense, I think someone like him could actually be a bridge. So I'd like to challenge you. What is your name? Eric. Challenge you to be our link with Phileas. Okay, let's have a Phileas project. You know, how do we connect with these influencers who enter politics? Can we? Okay, there we go. We did it.
Thank you, Eric. I can only add to this that we invited also him to the Eumans Congress yesterday, just because we think that we can, since we can share, until we can share a method on democracy with someone, we are open to dialogue, even if we can disagree on specific issue and political positions. Yes, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Jana. Thank you so much for all your presentations. It was very interesting. I mean, I have been a volunteer for many years and organizing, people and street action. So that is something that I have a lot of experience with, including protests, but it's always with people that really share the same values with me. And that's very easy because it's always, it's kind of the same bubble, right? The people that we are already starting from the same premises. But the challenge that I'm seeing, and it's a bit related to the previous question, but I would like to hear your experience with the Citizens' Assembly. And maybe in Europe, it's still not as pressing, and hopefully it will not become as pressing as in the United States. But looking at some of the, let's say, attempts to bring together very polarized people in the United States, it always ends up with a with a deaf people talking to a, sorry, like there is just basically the facts. There is no agreement on the facts because the people are so polarized. There is so much misinformation and disinformation. When you bring some of these people together in one room, and I have seen these attempts to bring like the Democrats and Republican people together to discuss things, it just ends up always very badly because they don't have the same facts that they can agree on. And this is a really extreme case, and hopefully, and probably you haven't yet seen it maybe in your work in Europe because we are not that yet polarized, but I do believe that we have to be aware that we also might be moving in that direction. And so how do you go about having citizens' assemblies when people might not have agreeing on the basic facts, and then how do you start discussing if you don't believe in the same truth, so to say? So yeah, that would be my question. Thank you.
Well, I mean, you can, I think, connect it in a way to the first question on the influencer MEP, stressing a bit the problematic dimensions of current politics, which I think is amplified by digital means. That doesn't mean that digital means per se produce these outcomes, but the way it's currently set up, it does lead to certain outcomes, which I would call personalized politics. So politics becomes something enshrined in the person, which in many ways I believe is relinking democratic politics to pre-modern times. So you get the kind of messiah figure, the figure who's going to save humanity. Trump is a real case in point. With the Cypriotic MEP, I don't know. But the problem seems to me is the means are widely accepted. We all sort of accept that having a lot of followers gives you power, apparently. And it trickles down into politics becoming an instrument that potentially leads to great dangers. And that links then also to your question on polarization, etc., where it seems to be the case currently in the US that it's not anymore about positions. It's about having put your faith into Trump, and so you just, without any critique, follow what the guy is putting onto the political agenda. And that is, I think, very dangerous. It's against the original principle of deliberation, where you respect different positions, where you exchange different positions, and where the ultimate idea is we come into this room having very different views, but then, as was said before, along the way we start compromising because we start learning, hey, you don't like guitars, you actually hate the sound, also maybe I should play a little bit less loud, etc. You see, you start learning, tapping into the experiences of other people that might make your view shift. If you just blindly follow the leader of the followers, there's a great risk that you lose the critical capacity, etc. And so I find that very complex. And if you put it into the specific sort of instrument that we're now also becoming part of, in this case, the Citizens' Assembly, it's very difficult to give a final answer on this. I mean, there haven't been, I think, too many citizens' assemblies that have really managed to put really different people of very different walks of life into the same assembly. And there's recently some scientists and scholars who have been studying this, where they link it to populism, right? And in some cases, their conclusion is, okay, even the more radical, let's say right-wing people going to the assembly then come out a little bit more moderate. But other research has shown that that's not at all the case. In some cases, people become even more radicalized. So I have to say, I don't have a clear idea on this. But on the other hand, if you have assemblies where you don't have this as a starting point, so people diametrically oppose the one to the other, then maybe the assembly is less relevant, right? Because ultimately, that's maybe our main problem at this stage. Let's say, for instance, here we talk about democracy and how to empower people. But if we have people here who think that, first of all, democracy is wrong, and secondly, empowering people is a wrong idea, it becomes very difficult. And so, yeah, thank you for this dramatic question.
Something. Yes, I mean, just adding to what Paul said now, I just wanted to make a couple of points. One is, you started by saying you've organized protests, and protests are also bubbles, but they are a very critical part of our democracies, from protest in our more consolidated democracy all the way to the Arab Spring and to Iran. And, you know, protest is how the voice of the people collectively is heard. So there is an issue here that I don't think we've kind of thought about enough, is the relationship between, you know, protests and social movements and these organized citizen assembly. And it has to do with the kind of space that we create for debate, but also with people, activists who give their lives and bodies to causes. Now, there are different ways of being in a bubble. And Paul was, you know, well, talking about people with radical different views. I mean, I think people who protest are probably not always thinking the same way about everything. And when I was in Extinction Rebellion in the UK, you know, we did have debates where we all kind of also disagreed. But the point is that when you start having deliberation, you can't simply agree to disagree, because you're supposed to get to some sort of shared view, recommendations, decisions, or whatever. And the research has shown, and Paul was alluding to that people do have to kind of converge and make concessions. When they come in, they reflect cleavages in the world. That's normal. People should, but then by interacting, they do. So we're going to hear Jane in a moment. It's a great bridge to Ireland, because you know, that's one function of citizen assembly, the very hard nuts to crack. There are other functions. Citizen assembly can be agenda setters, can be monitoring power, but there is in the field a sense that, whoa, this is a really, really good function, is to take a really hard problem that politicians are scared of. So take abortion in Ireland. Wow, you heard very loud voices for and against. So there was this, how do we reconcile these two things? They're irreconcilable. And yet that assembly that met over a year, it met in a special way because, as Lorenzo was saying, it was going to get to a referendum. But what are we going to put to the referendum? And they were actually beamed in every bar all around Ireland. There was this real kind of public debating. And little by little, they realized that, well, you know, you can be for abortion, but take into account the against with all sorts of caveats and protections or whatever you want to do. And they explored the middle way. And this is what happens usually in deliberation, as Paul was saying. So The problem that we're facing is that we have our hyperpolarized society, and I'm afraid that in Europe might not be as bad as the US, but we are polarized in many of our countries, most all countries. We are very polarized in different ways. These days, pro against Russia, you know, in Italy where I live, and where we live, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, the question is, kind of an assembly with 100 people, 200 people, whatever, influence the public discourse? Under what condition? That is the next, that's the horizon. You know, right now, it's not clear how we do that. But indeed, that is the challenge of our time, overcoming very destructive polarization. People can have differences, of course. That's politics. It's all about differences and conflict. Politics is agonistic and conflictual. But how do we kind of continue to live together without going to extremes? So, but I think that's a bridge to your Irish video. Yes.
Before trying again in a few moments the video, I would like also to give an answer to the question that was asked, because it has already been said by our speakers. But in other words, I think that I see your point about having today a little bubble, because we are more or less, maybe we have a similar interest in participation, and we declared very transparently one of the limit maybe of also this experiment. We are doing something starting from a volunteer-based candidacy before a random selection. So that's why we think that the institution that have also the database and the power to organize a 100% randomly selected on statistical based citizen assembly, that's something they should do. But we are also doing something slightly different here, because we are also trying to build a movement. So we can give some suggestion on how an institutional citizen assembly should work at EU level. And regarding your question, how can you discuss with people that have completely different vision of the word, beliefs? Well, this is exactly the point, and experience is teaching us that when you put together in discussing people that have at the beginning of the assembly views that are completely the opposite, then after the process, after the citizens are informed, they can learn stories about each other. They can learn about practical experiences. So after that, they can change their mind, and it's something that happened. And this is the key, I think, why citizen assembly are not just a yes or no question. It's a deliberation. It's a process in which citizens are informed. So this is the key. Let's see. Yes.
That we should all think about together. You know, what does it mean are informed? What truth? You're saying we shared one truth. Okay, sometimes there are facts, and sometimes in citizen assembly you have experts. If the assembly is going to be of how you save energy or whatever very technical issues. But other times, what the kind of knowledge we need to draw on in an assembly is what we would call life as expertise. It's your own life that gives you expertise. You don't have, I mean, this is not a good, sorry, not criticizing the organizers, but you don't have experts here and then non-expert. Your life, whatever, not just your job, but your everyday life gives you expertise in how our society should organize ourselves. But you want to be thoughtful about it, reflexive about it, and deliberated with other people. So I think we need to say, it depends what we're talking about, whether we can say truth. Yes, there is something like truth and fact on many issues, but on others, it's our subjectivity that also matters, right? So that's the complexity of this story.
Thank you, Calypso. Let's try last time. We don't guarantee that this time is going to work. Thank you for your effort and your help to all the technicians. Okay, it's not working. But one thing is that we will try to put this video, this material available as it should be, also in order of the deliberative work of tomorrow. So if by today, one option is to try to transmit it again in the afternoon if we find a solution. Otherwise, at least for tomorrow, it would be very important to have it as a material for the deliberation work. So we will go on with collecting some questions and ideas and proposals and suggestions. Okay, there are a few, so Stefano.
Hi, I wanted to comment only on a couple of statements that were done by the speakers. One was basically that popular movements toppled dictatorships all across the world, but also popular movements often put them into place. So what's the difference? And if that's the case, then how can we be proud of one and disregard the other? And then with regards to the word complexity, which I do think it's very important, but it also strikes me that nowadays the majority of society sees complexity as a threat, as actually sees complexity with fear, and actually responds very well to people or to politicians or to narratives that actually propose simple readings and simple solutions to very complex problems. And this is what we over here are taking issue with, but I find very difficult. I mean, what I feel like we need to find a solution to is how to make complexity again something appealing, something to strive for, or yeah, I think that's my questions, the two.
Thank you very much. Paul, maybe it was particularly addressed to your speech, I would say.
I mean, I'm amazed. I mean, we were saying before, any citizen has their experience as their capacity, right? But I notice here also that some of the members of the audience have the capacity to raise really the most difficult questions out there. I mean, what you said about dictatorships come also into life by means of popular movements. I guess Trump's US adventure is a case in point, is something I'm trying to get my head around. I'm doing research on a difficult topic that people have been starting to call uncivil society. I don't like the term, but it's being used there. And I don't have an answer. I mean, we have to, maybe the thing that is most important is raising awareness around the fact that all the instruments that we have been mentioning, or most of them, they can be used as democratic instruments to promote democracy based on core principles that should be part of democracy about inclusion, respect for difference, equality, etc. But you can use the very same instruments to go for the opposite. I mean, for instance, I look very much at, indeed, some of the discussions we will have later, issues at this institution called the European Court of Human Rights nearby in Strasbourg, where we grew accustomed to the idea that, okay, human rights are promoted by Amnesty International. Yesterday we had somebody from Human Rights Watch. That's the way human rights work. But that's not the way the reality works, because cases on abortion that come to Strasbourg, they also attract the attention from other movements that promote pro-life, that are against abortion, that try to say to the judges in the court, abortion should not be allowed because it's killing unborn life, etc. And so I don't have a clear answer of how to deal with that. It seems to me that in an ideal world, deliberation might be at least one way of dealing with it, because it means if you put different positions next to each other and you're able in one way or the other to transparently discuss these positions, it already becomes a little bit of a different game. In polarized societies where politics is dominated by quick messages on TikTok, you don't get that. You don't get the give answers types of dynamics from different positions. So it is an intractable problem, I believe. And one of the things I'm particularly struggling with is if we think democracy is something to safeguard, what does that then mean in terms of allowing clearly anti-democratic groups to speak? Should we not allow that? And I've never been on that position, but I'm increasingly starting to think, why should Democrats expose themselves to radical anti-democrats and just let them clear out the field? I think it's something to think. Maybe it could be a nice citizens' assembly on this topic.
Yeah, can I like to address the topic of complexity in particular, and I think it relates very well to your comment before. There's no clear-cut solution, but shifting the attention from the outcome of the assembly or the participatory process to the process itself, it's very important. It's what helps to send out a message that reaching an agreement is a lengthy process and it can fail. Actually, failure means we haven't reached an agreement, but we have discussed. I do not, even if we're talking of Russian again, so pro-Russian against people that do not like Russia or what Russia is doing, the moment in which these people are sitting in the same place, it's already a step forward having an agreement. So I don't believe in radical opposition of ideas. It's true in digital spaces, this is pushed to the extreme, but the moment in which people commit to take part in a process which could fail in terms of reaching an agreement, they will also find some space for discussing, as Lorenzo was also mentioning before. It's the education on the discussion, which is complex. So it's a way of promoting complexity.
I wanted to add, because Paul, on the two questions, Paul, you said, well, yeah, we're trying to wrap our heads around it. And it's a very difficult question on that was asked on the various kinds of mobilization. But let's think inductively together from an example. Look at what's happening in Serbia. Nobody talks about it. But in Serbia, we have hundreds of thousands, every student, every young people is in the street. The spark was, as you probably know, 15 people died from a very corrupt way of doing a train station, and boom, kill people. And the government hasn't done anything about it because it's corrupt. So you've got all these young people, and they did manage a few weeks ago to get the prime minister down, not the president. So this is not nothing, and they've been joined by the whole of society. But there are three characteristics, when you ask the question, the lady over there, sorry, what's your name? Huh? Pedera. So where are you from? Italian. Anglo-Italian. So, but this Serbia example shows you one, leaderlessness. They really are very careful not to have the one leader. So, the one leader, the strong man, providential man, missionary, is actually the one shaping the conversation, able to channel cleavages, frustrations, etc. Trump acted on a fabric of society. He didn't just come, but then he channels it. So movements that are more progressive, they're much more bottom up. We can't generalize completely, but this is a very strong component. They'll have spokesperson, etc., or people who take the floor and speak, but that's one thing. The second, and the same in Iran, same in all authoritarian protests. Second thing is ask, what is this movement against? Against, oppression, domination, anti-women, it's very important in our today society. Masculinity reasserting itself. So what are these movements against? And then finally, there is a third component which really matters, is how do they speak about the infamous elites? So there are these kind of reactionary movements. For the whole of elite is one package. Whereas I think more progressive movement, and you know, elites are corrupt, elites they torture us in prison, etc. But then, you know, we can distinguish between elites. There's the oppressive elites, extractive elites in capitalism. There are the bad elites, and then there are different degrees of elitism in society. But usually more progressive movements distinguish between different types of elites. So here I just tried to suggest at least 3 categories of criteria. That is, we can think about these things inductively, Petras. It's possible. And indeed, because we can think more complexly. And one last point I would add to the conversation is that if we embrace complexity, there's something else that we embrace in ourselves, and that is the beautiful ambivalence. Ambivalence is the word I put here on the table. That is, many of us are ambivalent, you know, about, let's say, should countries take back control and be in charge or cooperate with others? You know, my daughter did both at the same time. She took back control and shut her door to her bedroom from me, and then she'll help me cook dinner. You know, all of us are kind of like both, love, hate, on so many issues. And our politics doesn't allow us to be ambivalent. You have to be in one camp or another. Paul was talking about this in political science. We call this affective polarization. You know, our identity means we have to be on one side. But in truth, most of us are pretty wise. That's why we have the wisdom of the crowd. And if we're wise, we kind of embrace our ambivalence. And one of the things I believe in is that assemblies can help us better embrace our ambivalence, because, as you were saying, complexity, and as we've all been saying again and again, we can be ambivalent in an assembly. Yeah, you're right, and yeah, you're right, and let's try to find a middle ground. So embracing our ambivalence is a way to both embrace complexity and be able to speak with one another. So please feel free to embrace your ambivalence.
We have a few questions here, there. So.
Hi, I am Lorenzo, and I have a question that is very related to your last answer. I was thinking that I think that radicalization usually brings to the elimination of human rights in many political systems, but at the same time, I feel like that the current landscape of polarized politics that we have now in Europe, but in the world in general, comes from the fact that many extreme parties have been contested for such a long time. And I think about like Rassemblement National or Lega in Italy or AfD in Germany. And these brought, I think, the electorate to not feel heard by the politics. And now they are trying to like be heard. Like, for example, even young generations, like AfD, the great part of the electorate that voted at the last election, they were young men. So it feels like it's a bit crazy, but at the same time, opposing radicalization sometimes can bring to more radicalized electorate. And I think that also the Trump support now comes from that. It's not just young or old generations, as for example, the political electorate has always been addressed like, okay, there are different generations. It's not that anymore. It's more the fact that people are not feeling heard. And I wanted to ask you, do you feel that sometimes accepting radicalized ideas, of course, like when they don't remove human rights, but at the same time, like accepting radicalized ideas in the political landscape can bring to more debate? Because I feel like that now, for example, in United States, as the lady before was saying, like they cannot talk. Like there's no debate now. And that's because people are not like listening to each other, but also no one is feeling like I've been heard, you know? So I wanted to know your opinion about it. Thank you.
Sorry, there's another one there.
Thank you very much. We haven't talked much, Calypso. We haven't talked much about what are the preconditions of change. Why are we talking about citizens' assembly? Because we want to have different voices heard in order to have change in whichever direction. So what are the preconditions? Complexity was mentioned. The other one was timing. For example, it's different having this discussion now with Trump than if we had this discussion 3 months ago, but also timing vis-a-vis if we want to influence the decision for Europe to go into increased military spending that took place, within a week following events, citizens' assemblies, in order to have a decision or a position on that, would take much longer. There was also the issue of what is truth and what is the domination of the information by certain people and misinformation. In order to have change, you have to have institutions that are interested in change, are interested in let's say, improving, and that presupposes that politicians or the people in those seats are going counterintuitive to them. Somebody who's in the parliament wants to, and Calypso mentioned that a bit, wants to maintain their influence and don't want to have other ideas from others because it challenges their position. So maybe a question that's simplistic, but would the change not come easier from a lot of small parties which are thematically based? If the most important thing for me is abortion rights, I support a party on abortion rights, and then there's a lot of these parties, let's say, around some others are promoting, I don't know what other rights, and therefore you get the equivalent of this through the parties. First question. Second question, cross-party voting. In a lot of the countries, you cannot vote for people across different, you vote for the Labour Party, whatever, politicians or the Conservatives or whatever. It does not allow for horizontal voting that would allow you to pick the things that you agree with politicians across the board. Wouldn't those bring faster change? Thank you.
Okay. Can you give feedback to this too, and then another?
Actually, the two questions connect in interesting ways, because it's so important, Lorenzo, that you raise the issue of what motivates young people. We know that the polls show that almost 50% of youth in Europe under 25 believe that authoritarian regimes will deliver more in terms of what they care about, take climate change, than democracy. Democracy is a mess. Democracy is corrupt. And maybe here I might disagree. I don't usually disagree with Paul, but about democratic perfectionism, that maybe we shouldn't. We should have a cordon sanitaire and not engage with the anti-democrats. But I think all we will do is create pent-up frustration and despair. So those who vote AfD in Eastern Germany, they have a kind of despair very often, and they think the only solution is to hop back to these strongman kind of approaches, or finding another. Othering is a very big part of that movement. Othering Muslims, othering migrants, othering women, othering future generations that are not born because they are only care about the short term. So there is others and us, and that sense that we need to be cozy among ourselves and find a discourse, more or less aggressive, not always, that somehow help us create this bubble in which we can feel okay. So our societies need to address these ills, whether it's school, whether it's social policies, whether it's the ambient discourse, not say we can't engage. And in fact, I had very interesting experiences in the European Parliament, engaging with the parties that were much more kind of anti-EU. Now, those are completely existentially against EU. They want to destroy the EU. Okay, we can still talk with them about things, but they're much more interesting, and very interesting that some of them also want much more local politics rather than transnational. And that's why they vote anti-EU. Now, we're all for translocalism, as we discussed before. So there are places where we can meet, especially this translocal idea. And we need to create much more spaces where these conversations happen. Absolutely. And they need to have a sense, if they vote for these parties, that there are other ways of being heard. So very often our movement on citizen assemblies and democratic innovations for the youth in particular can be framed as an alternative way to protest against corrupt power that we have now, the excess of capitalism. We have the same frustration, but we are saying, look, there are other ways to channel these frustrations, this despair, this sense of injustice, other ways than simply voting, othering, or voting for strong men, etc. And that's what we're trying to demonstrate. But then we get to rulas, conditions of possibility, as Hegel would say. What are the conditions of possibility for any of what we say to kind of make a damn difference in this world? And this is where, yes, there are many dimensions. There are the idea that our institutions could be wise enough to adopt these changes. We discussed this before. And then that the practice of, say, that there are alliances, like Gramscian's alliance. Civil servants are really civil, not uncivil. Not bureaucrats who go and hide in their offices, but civil servants, movements, civil society, people in firms and the private sector who want change. We see all these alliances. We see them in the climate movement. We see them in all sorts of, in biodiversity, etc. All of these alliances can be strengthened. And I would say that the citizen assembly or the other democratic innovations we're talking about are one part of that much bigger puzzle. And this is why we want to think of ourselves as a movement and as a space and a movement in space and time. We are part, I would say, just to finish on this and to sound even more grand, I think we are the very beginning of the third democratic transformation. We had the ancients, we had the parliaments, and now we're inventing a kind of democracy across border, across time, using technology. And that is about fighting the dark forces. So it's a very simple kind of Darth Vader story. You know, we've got the really bad dark forces, and we've got the new imminent forces for good, and let's hope that we can make it happen.
Yeah, if I may, just returning to Lorenzo's excellent question. The complexity needs, I think, to be put up front. That is, I realize that in France and in Germany, for instance, also during the European Parliament elections last year, surprising things happened in terms of young people coming out to vote for right-wing forces. But as long as we don't really know, and I haven't seen any clear, let's say, data or facts on this, why young people have voted like that. I mean, if the question is, it's merely, I feel not recognized, I'm not included, the core problems of young people facing labor markets that don't provide jobs, facing housing that's non-existent, accessible housing, etc. So all the core problems that young people face, ordinary politicians don't even address these, they don't even talk. Okay, that's an issue that one can engage with. But here again, I guess we have a disagreement here, Calypso. If we find out that a part of young white men thinks it's okay to use a right to free speech to say that people with blonde hair should all be killed, then I think we cross a line. Democracy is not without principles. Democracy is about a couple of core principles. And so I just don't buy the argument of Musk or Trump that free speech is also that. No, free speech is not that. Well, sure, but that's why I'm saying one would need to know more why people vote like that. And if we know more, then that should be much more addressed head on. Because I do think, as some scholars have argued, that the whole discussion about polarization, populism, etc., is for a good part also simply about material issues. Normal mainstream politics haven't forgotten for a long time about ordinary people and their livelihoods. And you clearly see that in inequality figures. It's amazing to what extent the gap between the haves and the have-nots has increased dramatically. Where were the left-wing politicians there? I don't know. Probably stuffing their pockets too or so. And so those are legitimate issues. But I also think there are issues that are not legitimate and that seem to be, to me at least, being mainstreamed ever more. And I don't think we should just sit by and watch that. I think we should name that and say that it's fascism or Nazism, and we don't accept that in a democratic system. And I'm not entirely sure that that is really happening. The second question also on preconditions of change, I think that's an essential question too. And to me at least, the bottom of the core of the matter is power. Too often we don't address the power issue. I mean, the reason we're here, the reason I think Eumans is building a movement is because that is creating a source of power outside of the established power bastions. And that's essential because it seems to me that most institutionalized political actors have no intention whatsoever to redistribute power, to empower people really. And so, yeah, I mean, the revolution is apparently not possible anymore, and it will not be televised anyhow, as they say it. But that is ultimately the raw, bottom-up, grassroots power is indeed coming together, mobilize, speak out. And maybe that's the most important precondition for change. But of course, you're right, it would be much better and much more democratic if the people that hold official political power would show a little bit more propensity to open up the doors of the palaces of power, to allow people. And of course, in some ways, the Conference on the Future of Europe, etc., seem to be doing that. But for me, it's still not clear whether that was mostly a kind of citizens washing or whether it was really distributing power, redistributing power to citizens. And I'm not entirely sure about that.
So then we have another two questions.
Ciao, Marco. My question is about the role of science. I'm not just talking about political science, but also behavioral science, neurological, neuroscience. Not because I think that democracy can just be analyzed like an object. Of course, it's something more complex. But at the same time, I read somewhere, I don't remember where, that, for example, citizens' assemblies are proving scientifically that more extreme positions are marginalized during the debate because of what was said about people not disposed to compromise, they get marginalized. But so even if politically speaking, the result of a decision-making process cannot be judged as scientifically good or bad, but the quality of the process, maybe there are scientific parameters to analyze it. So maybe even an assembly like this one and the discussion of tomorrow, there can be some data that can be used. Or the conference on the future of Europe, is there some scientific analysis on what happened, what went wrong? Or because, for example, when a crowd meets, there are data with artificial intelligence on how people move and sit and where. So maybe something similar is possible to do also for how people move during a discussion. So what's the best way to make the effective and efficient the process? So I don't want to reduce everything to science, but at the same time, maybe something from the scientific analysis of deliberative democracy should be probably reinforced.
Okay, is another one?
Yes, Agnès, I'm a youth advocate. I had a question for Mr. Sgueo. So I feel like we haven't heard you much, so this is my question for you. I'd like to circle back to when you were talking about if we only count on creating momentum and having citizens interested in the idea of participating, the outcome would be shortened. I feel like this is a very good sentence. There's a lot to explore in there, so I would like to go a bit deeper. I assume you're referring to the Council of Madrid, maybe in opposition to that. Do you have more you can say, please?
Last one, another.
Okay, I'm Giulio, I'm Italian. I'm studying ICT in the public sector, and yeah, my question is a bit linked as well with Marco, and is how democracies have to think about ICT and the role of ICT within our society, because through history we've seen how ICT and information technology and communication were used by totalitarianism for controlling people, for having, you know, stabilizing their power. And I kind of can see this pattern from also the extreme right wing and how they're using the ICT. And when we talk about digital spaces, we always think, oh, they are digital spaces, but we don't really go in deep about it. And those spaces are private, are owned by people, and we've seen also how the last decades algorithm influence our societies. I mean, from the Arab Spring, from Wall Street and movement, and the disaster of 2017 with in Myanmar with Rohingya, with the algorithm of Facebook promoting violence just for the sake of having attentions of user and having people staying on the platform, and it made a disaster. And I think people understood that they can have that type of soft power through this new ICT, this new way of understanding, the new way of information that go and flows around us, and that is gathered in big data and is processed as analyzed, and some information are used inside some framework to influence people and also politics, and that obviously is within us. And so why don't we rethink and we have a new way of seeing about technology inside our society, and why democracy, and also I think also it's a problem of the last parties, is that they don't know how to deal with it and how to think about it, and they don't have ICT inside their programs. And I think it's the question is, what's the role of ICT?
Okay, may I ask panelists to be as concise as possible, because we have a 1, 2, 3. I know. There's a lunch break.
Yes.
We all need this served.
We will be back, I would say, in 4:30, half past 2, sorry.
Lorenzo.
Yes.
We have 2 hours for lunch.
I didn't have the microphone, but I would say that in 10 minutes, or as soon as we answer to the question, we can have a lunch break in the hall to the left, and then we will come back in at 2:30 for the second panel. But so there will be opportunity again to ask questions.
Okay, so
I will go to the answers probably.
Okay, fine.
So very, very, very brief. Thank you for your question. Well, the point I was making was that from what I observe, and again, I'm talking specifically of consultations and exercises in democracy that, run via digital platforms in particular, is that in most cases, the main scope of the government, the public administration, the institution is to send out a message to the population about the possibility to engage in a debate. So what I said, it's creating momentum, which is an interesting exercise. I'm not saying it's necessarily wrong. Emmanuel Macron was capable of fighting back the phenomenon of the gilets jaunes, the yellow jackets, by organizing, I would say, a useless exercise of democracy, because the outcomes were basically nothing, but it engaged population, the French population. Between 2011 and 2013, I was the head of democratic engagement of the Italian government. In Italy, we have this tradition of what we call technocratic government. So when the politics is incapable of taking certain decisions, they delegate technicians, professors or stuff like that. So in that government, we created a very rudimentary platform. It's very ugly, like it was a form where you would write your name and surname, age, gender, blah, 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 and what you would like to tell to the government. We called it the dialogue with citizens, right? And, well, I will say that at least in 2 cases, the most important one was the decision of the government on the spending review. So how to cut funds to other ministers. We created a consultation because we wanted to get the democratic legitimacy from, as it happened, hundreds of thousands of citizens who will say, yes, please cut the funds because this is wasting public funds. So I'm not saying that creating momentum is wrong per se. I'm saying that it's a little short-termed, because if I take part in a consultation now and I see that it doesn't turn into anything, any possible outcome, I will probably not be so sure to engage in a second moment. Super quickly about Marco. Marco, I think most of the technology, I'm still in the domain of technology, okay? So basically all technology we use is behaviorally designed. The time you look at a certain point of the screen, the time you spend and scroll a page, everything is designed to monitor your behavior as a user. So what you suggest, if I get it right, it's quite an interesting exercise. Calypso mentioned it, I didn't, but there are today some algorithms, so simple forms of artificial intelligence that on digital platforms for consultation are actually pursuing that aim. So not just monitoring whether me and you agree on something, but perhaps how much time we spent on fighting on a specific topic rather than another. And if you were capable of finding other people on your same topic, or I was capable of that. So there is a certain attempt to monitor the behavior, but taking your suggestion, your provocative claim, I think it could be an additional way to gather key information on why people participate, unrelated to the concrete outcome.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to this, there is indeed, Marco, research. There's a network called Europeqn, if anyone is interested, of academics who do a lot of analysis of existing assemblies and participatory processes. Of course, many others who are not in that network, but this is where to look. And one of the things that we do is have surveys before and after. And that's very straightforward. That's less sophisticated than what you just mentioned. But and then you see, that's where you see convergence, especially on migration. It's very interesting. One of the most divisive issue, you kind of see a bit of convergence to the center. So the research is kind of there. But on the bigger question, the other question behind you, your name was Lorenzo. No. Giulio, you know, there's no technological determinism. That's the first thing where we want to start. It's not this, it's what we do with our agency with it. And, you know, there is a ladder, to me, there is a ladder of empowerment through ICT. I mean, one is just corporations, big platforms, they keep their power. And maybe because there's some pressure, they get some involvement. So I know a bit about Facebook, their community, they have this community, they're starting to think about community governments, users giving feedback. It's very embryonic. But do we want to leave corporations to themselves? So second, government regulation. That's a lot of what we do in the EU. And so that we can create a space, the internet space can be safe, can be, you know, the kind of thing that Paul was talking about to protect us against various things. In fact, the whole setup of the Data Act is all about degrees of risk that whatever lands there represents for us. So there's this whole world of regulations, a big world. Then, but it's still regulating private actors, private platforms. Then there's the third whole thinking about, shouldn't all of this world be public infrastructure, or a big part of it, public infrastructure, public platforms, really that are managed by the state or state entities or agencies. Fourthly, you can imagine that then it's public-private. This is Decidim. So Decidim is a kind of a platform. We use it for democratic audits. In fact, we've kind of worked with them in improving certain functions so that what you did can be done even better with the Italian government on participation, that you can have real interaction on these platforms. Everybody's, you know, thinking about this. The problem when the EU used Decidim is that in a way it was very top down, the way it was framed, the questions, etc. But this is very important, and this is a kind of social platforms working with governments. And then you can imagine a fifth world in which platforms emerge bottom up, and they're really managed and designed and created by citizens. You need the technology to do that, and this is something we're also thinking about. So, you know, in answer to your question, you need to differentiate between these different worlds, and they pose different challenges. But in each of them, we can think of, you know, how we get better appropriation ownership by citizens.
Just another last one, a quick one, because at 12:30 we have a lunch break waiting for us outside. So,
thank you. I'm Daniel, Italo-Lebanese Romanian, working at the Commission. Thank you very much for your presentations. I've actually written 3 bullet points, but I'll try to be super quick. I would love to hear your insights. So the first one is actually, I mean, continuing this point about preventing digital manipulation. So with the deliberative democracies moving online, I was wondering if you have any insights about how can we safeguard digital participatory processes from manipulation, because it's true that AI shows that there's a reduction of extreme positions, but studies have also shown that they can reinforce majority dominance and marginalize dissenting voices. So then there's also the issue of astroturfing or bot-driven distortions, which would be another thing. So how do we design tools for deliberation that actively amplify minority perspectives? The second point would be about misinformation. So one of the challenges that we discussed even before was the fact that we can be exposed to polarized media narratives. So do you have any insights about the assemblies, how the design of the assemblies can counteract pre-existing biases, maybe, I don't know, having a pre-deliberation phase where members can be exposed to a sort of test of their media literacy, could be an idea, but if you have any insights about this. And the third bullet point would be about, we mentioned before the use of illiberal regimes and deliberative democracies. So some participatory mechanisms have also been introduced in Hungary or Poland, but often in ways that they legitimize government positions rather than fostering a true deliberation. We can think about Orban's national consultations. So how can we ensure that sortition-based processes remain independent in context of democratic backsliding? and this also happened, by the way, in much more democratic France with I'm thinking of the 2023 French Citizens Convention on Assisted Dying, which proposed very nuanced recommendations because political leaders cherry-picked only the parts that aligned with their agenda. So, thank you.
Thank you. Super quick if it's possible, because we have the lunch break.
Well, I will just super quickly answer the first of the three very interesting points, and I will answer it provocatively. I will say that a certain degree of manipulation, as far as it is the consequences, having more engaged, it should be allowed. And when I was talking of rewarding the participation, so designing the participation in a sort of gamified way where you have a certain engagement which is returned by a reward, so a concrete outcome, which could be mentioning your name as the one who proposed an idea that was successful. You can see it as a manipulation in a way, but I think is a good type of manipulation. So it's not really an answer to your point, but I think even the concept of manipulation is not, to me, is not necessarily and always completely wrong.
I want to hear you more on that. So this is quite provocative. But I would say on your, connected to your point on cherry picking, well, one thing that connects all of your 3 points, Danielle, is transparency. What I like to call the radicality of sunlight. You know, if we make algorithm more transparent, which is very, very hard, because algorithms are not like genealogy, you know, they're developed, even those who develop them don't really know what's under. But also the results of citizen assembly in a digital consultation. All of this, there's a danger of manipulation, cherry picking, etc. But if everybody knows that everybody knows, that's the definition of common knowledge. Knowledge that is not just common, but that everybody knows that it's common in game theory. So if we have that, more of that, if we kind of ask for that in government decision-making, in local decision-making, in local groups, all of that, then that's the beginning. And that's what the internet allows. Platforms where you can see everything. When the Greek government came to power in 2009, the PASOK, they put all of the budget online, every line of the budget. And that changes a lot of things. But mostly it never happens. So we wrote a report for CEPS. There was a representative of CEPS earlier that was called The Radicality of Sunlight last year. And we tried to show how, you know, sunlight is the kind of the fundamental precondition to empowerment and to everything we're talking about. But beyond all of this, we need to think very, very hard about what transparency and ownership means for AI, which is very mysterious for most people. But we have developments with the Chinese and all of that. So and part of all this is to resist cybernetic citizenship that we see not just in China, but in every space where we have surveillance capitalism or surveillance state. That is the biggest enemy of everything we're talking about, and that's driven by AI and technology. So let's oppose transparent use of AI to authoritarian use of AI. And that doesn't answer your question, apology, but just an insight.
Yeah, maybe very quick, because I know the lunch is otherwise it comes for us instead of the other way around. Now, on the illiberal regime part, the Hungarian national consultation, etc., that's of course a case in point, but I think it pushes us towards a much larger problem, and that is, I would call it something like the fabrication of majorities, where these types of instruments are being used to claim, you see, I have a popular proposal or position. And that is, I think, a huge problem, not only in illiberal systems, but equally in democratic systems, where I also believe the Conference on the Future of Europe was in a way the fabrication of consensus to then say, okay, we're doing what the people want. But what is lacking there is, first of all, an attention for the complexity and the pluralistic positions out there, which are they disappear in the process, and I find that very problematic. And the fact that there's actually no real empowerment of individuals. So you get these slogans like, the ordinary citizen wants this. Well, who the hell is the ordinary citizen? There's no such a thing as an ordinary citizen, unless we think that everybody is ultimately more or less the same. But then if that's the case, you don't need politics. So, but okay, let's muse over this during lunch.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. And I would say, since we are a little bit late, 15 minutes late according to the schedule, let's have a proper lunch break, not like the one we had or had not for some of us during the Eumans Congress yesterday, so we can recover from that. And it will be an opportunity also to get to know each other and discuss. So I would say let's meet again at 1:45, so in 1 hour. Maybe Stefano, do you have any last message?
Just to say that I'm very happy we had lots of discussions and not only speeches. We spent more time in having this discussion. It is a good way to start the following sessions to me. Yeah.
Thank you. See you in 1 hour. And the catering for the lunch break is in the main hall at the entrance.
me lo ridai.
Sei sicuro? Vuoi andare, o vuoi andare tu? Andare
Posso fare io, ma
diretta?
io mi sedo, sto seduta, non è che
Sei
faccio-
seduta? Ok, ok, poi te lo lascio. Everybody, please have a seat. We are starting again in a minute. So, conversation is over. Okay. Thank you for being on time, and we will start the second session of our Citizen Assembly, Citydem Citizen Assembly organized by Eumans. And I will give the floor as a moderator for this second session that will be more centered on the European Union and institutional tool in the EU of direct democracy and participatory democracy. We'll give the floor to Ania Grillo as a moderator, and this is also an opportunity for me to thank her for what Ania is doing in organizing this event. There is a lot of work behind the scene that has been done, so I'm very happy that she will introduce this new session. Ania, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo, and hi everyone. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here. And well, this afternoon, as Lorenzo said, this panel will be focused on, I think there's an echo somewhere, no? Okay. We'll be focused on the European Union and more specifically on what tools in the European Union, what tools do we have for the affirmation of civil or social rights, how to improve them, and what's the role of civil society organizations. So in Europe, we have many instruments. We have a few instruments that allow citizens to participate directly in decision-making processes. We talked a bit about it earlier. However, those tools often come with challenges, whether in terms of accessibility, effectiveness, or follow-up mechanism. So today, I'm very happy to introduce our guests that will enlighten our questions about that. So we have Carlos Perez Padilla, welcome, the Information and Communication Officer in the Citizen Dialogues Unit at the Directorate General Communication of the European Commission. Daniela Vancic, hello, Policy and Advocacy Lead at Democracy International. We have Mariana Liet, hi, who's the Director Program at the Center for Economic and Social Rights, and Tina Tomsic, hi, representing the My Voice, My Choice European Citizen Initiatives for Accessible Reproductive Rights in Europe. So welcome all of you. And without further ado, I'll give the floor to Carlos. So could you share with us how Europe is working to facilitate citizen participation and what challenges you see in making these tools more accessible and impactful?
Hello. Good. So first of all, thank you very much. Can you hear me like this well? Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, when you ask about Europe in general, I would say that there are plenty of other initiatives. In fact, the initiatives and the tools that the European Union has created relatively recently on deliberative democracy come from, a lot of them come already from the local level. I remember even the software we use for online platform comes from a software that was used initially by the city of Barcelona for participatory budgeting. So in Europe, there's a lot happening in this. I will focus only, let's say, on the latest news when it comes to deliberative democracy in the European Union. But bear in mind that this is the result as well of this bottom-up approach of mostly the local level. So I assume most of you know what the Conference on the Future of Europe is. Yes? Those who know can you raise your hand? Good. I mean, it's the first presentation I do where there's so many hands. So as you know, the Conference on the Future of Europe was the first pan-European deliberative process organized not only by the Commission in this case, but by the Council and the Parliament. And it included, let's say, two elements that are the ones that I will be talking about. There was the first time that the Commission, and the Parliament, and the Council organized European Citizen Panel. And in parallel, they had an online platform for contributions that were then taken into consideration in the debate and by the panels. Two of the recommendations of the conference were to keep these tools within the tools of the European Union. And the Commission, let's say, answered this recommendation by continuing organizing Citizen Panel in 2022, 2023, 2024, and now there will be a new one end of this month. The panels are a little bit different, and this links, let's say, with the first challenge. One of the challenges that, of course, came out of the Conference on the Future of Europe and the recommendations after a participatory process, I think it's an easy question that everybody asks in every presentation we do, is, okay, the recommendations are there, so now what? What's going to happen? That's why the first change you will see in the European Citizen Panel organized at this moment, what we call the new generation of European Citizen Panel, is that they are linked to a legislative proposal. It means that the idea is that after the process, there will be a document, there will be a legislative tool, recommendation. In the case of the one on food waste, it was a directive, where the recommendations, as you know, not all of them, the Commission is not obliged to follow all the recommendations, but has to take them into consideration. But you will see which ones and how they have impacted the legislation specifically. So we are doing the panels on something that then we can justify and explain the impact. That's another reason why the Citizen Panel cannot be organized for any topic. It needs to be a topic that is linked with impact. Then, after the first three panels that we organized in 2023 on food waste, virtual walls, and learning mobility, we did two last year on energy efficiency and tackling hatred in society. The innovative approach from those panels was that for the first time, we open as well an online tool. And my colleague on the back, Isabella, will give all of you a bookmark with the QR codes where you can actually check by yourself what we call the Citizen Engagement Platform. As you know, the panel is a group of 150 randomly selected citizens. So you may have the opportunity once in your life to participate in one, but it's unlikely. So the idea was, how do we build this gap where, of course, some people will say, but I want to have a say as well on what the panel is doing, but I'm not one of the 150 citizens selected. That's why we activated the Citizen Engagement Platform 1 year ago. In the Citizen Engagement Platform is open to any European Union citizen through the EU login, which I assume a lot of you know already. I'm not sure you love it, but at least you know about it. And through the EU login, you can make contributions to the topic that is being discussed. You can comment and engage in debates with other citizens, or you can endorse proposals. This way, we have, through artificial intelligence, the capacity to translate everything in all EU24 official languages, so citizens can express themselves in their language, which is the best approach to be able to express complex political ideas, and able to see as well what others have seen in their language. At the same time, before each session of the panel, there is a report coming from the platform, so the citizens that will be preparing the recommendations in the European Citizen Panel can see what other citizens are discussing online. So those are the two basic tools. I don't know if I'm doing well with the time. Sorry, I'm a little bit on the speed. But so let's say that's what we're doing. European Citizen Panel and the Citizen Engagement Platform. What are the challenges? First challenge when it comes to the panels, in addition to communicate about the impact, because of course we have, as I said, the idea is to communicate about the impact, but as you probably know, the way the Commission works when it comes to the implementation of policies is not quick. So we are now, for example, now is where the moment when we are actually starting to communicate about the impact of the panels that we did 2 years ago. So of course, the thing is that people want to see the impact immediately, and when it comes to the Commission, that's not happening, with some exceptions, of course. Then that will be one of the challenges. The other one is the fact that, of course, to be able to reinforce the citizen panel, we want to communicate and raise awareness about the panels. And that is quite of an issue, but that's for other reasons. That is more linked with communication in general than with citizen engagement. But social media has proven to be something that we use a lot, that can help raising awareness, but it's very difficult that people will retain the idea of this new approach of deliberative democracy. So there's still a lot of work to do, which is not only, of course, to be done by the Commission, for citizens to get used to this deliberative democracy approach. And this links with the biggest challenge we had so far. And with that, you can actually help us, even immediately, which is getting people to use the citizen engagement platform. Getting people to enter and watch the platform between 1 second and 1 minute, normally closer to 1 second. It's not that difficult. But getting people who are not used, citizens that are not, let's say, in the civil society or used to this, to work on democratic issues or very active politically, to get them to register in the EU login, make a contribution with the name because it's not anonymous, and engage in debates. That has proven to be the biggest challenge by far. So there we are trying to find solutions, but of course, first solution is that anyone who we engage with somehow gets into the platform, because the more people that uses the platform and the more people that shares the platform, like citizens, because it's a tool that was requested by the citizens, organized following the citizens' recommendation, and it is for the citizens, but then the citizens need to use it. So the more it's used, the more it will gain relevance, even for the institution. I know it may seem as a contradiction, but we are as well somehow lobbying our own institution to use more and more the panels and the citizen engagement platform, because it's new as well for many of our colleagues. And at the same time, the more activity that's there, it will motivate more people to engage in debates. If you enter into a debate, you will see now, if you go now, we have the most important debate we ever had, which is about the European budget. So the question is, what do you think should be the priority of the EU budget? Which basically, in that debate, I cannot believe somebody will say, well, that does not affect me, because the EU budget affects all of us. So if you enter and you see, I don't know, 5, 6, even 50 contributions, you don't feel that there's a real debate happening. So the more people we get into the platform, and I encourage you, when you have a moment, to make your own contribution, or at least to have a look, maybe to like contributions from other citizens or engage in debate with other citizens. The more activity we have in the platform, the more it will gain relevance, and it will be, let's say, will be taken more into consideration. I will say that that will be most of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos. Daniela, it's your turn. Thank you very much. So would you want to add to that? Would you want to speak more about, advocacy, citizens? How do we, citizens, society organization, handle our rights? And just a small disclaimer, because I've been told we have translators online. So just if you can speak a bit slow for everyone, even when you're asking questions, so we have perfect translation. No, even this morning we did the disclaimer. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good tip for me as well. Yeah, nice to see some of you familiar faces from the Congress yesterday, so thanks a lot for organizing. I'm Daniela from Democracy International. We're an NGO based in Germany working on citizens' participation, empowerment, direct democracy, promotion, worldwide, but especially where my role comes in at the EU level. And so I think we're going in the perfect order here, because I'll also complement a bit of what you said, and I know we have somebody from My Voice, My Choice, ECI here. So I want to talk about two instruments mainly, one being the European Citizens Panels, one being the European Citizens Initiatives, as the two most, let's say, innovative and ambitious instruments that we have. And I said this yesterday in my opening speech, but I'm really convinced that the EU is the most ambitious and innovative democracy in the world. And that's also thanks in part to these two instruments. You can't find anything like the ECI, not at transnational level anywhere else in the world. The European Citizens Panels, the fact that they're, I mean, the multilingual aspect alone, the multinational, multicultural aspect, you know, to integrate that into all of the complexities that is EU decision making, I think is something that to really applaud from the start. Now, saying that, of course, our role as civil society organizations, and especially one working with some of the people here in the room with the Citizens Take Over Europe Coalition, we monitored and observed the conference on the future of Europe very closely. I was an observer there personally too, so many trips, many weekends to Strasbourg with some of the people in this room here. I just mentioned that because the European Citizens Panels is the most visible outcome of the conference on the future of Europe. That is a direct outcome. We can argue, I think, all day of how the implementation of the conference on the future of Europe, the recommendations, how those were implemented, how far some of them went, how some of them haven't been dealt with it, but the most visible outcome is the European Citizens Panels, and that is directly also affecting, of course, how we do decision making now at EU level. I think it's really great that the panels now come in the legislative train. I have also some suggestions for that, because we're also talking about ideas for improvement here. One would be in the selection process itself, and this was something we recommended also at the conference on the future of Europe, is to bring in members from candidate countries. Right now they're limited to citizens of EU member states, but if we're talking about the future of Europe, and that's exactly what we're talking about, we should also expand this to candidate countries, at least at observer status, at minimum. We've been recommending this also during the conference on the future of Europe era, but I think it's even more important now than ever. We talked a little bit about yesterday, I mentioned the situation in Serbia, I think which is my family's home country, and I think people there are also really looking for this guidance, a little bit European guidance, European direction, the student-led protest there. So I think it would be a very strong symbol, and one that doesn't come with much risks, only benefits actually by involving citizens from candidate countries. I think what we should definitely keep the youth component that is really special of the European Citizens Panels. That one third of the panels are reserved for citizens that are 16 to 25 years old, because again, we're talking about the future of Europe. What's the future if not youth? I think that's very special, and that's something that we don't often always see with these panels. Also at national level, at local level, that there isn't actually an over-representation of youth. And I know we have a lot of also academics and sortitionists in the room, and at least I myself, I'm not a sortitionist purist, so I don't think that citizens panels need to be exactly a direct representation of mirror of society. I think it's perfectly okay, depending on the topic that is being discussed, that we have an over-representation of some groups of the population. So in this case, definitely youth, but maybe if a topic like migration comes up, definitely there should be, in my opinion, an overrepresentation of people with that have migrational background, because we're talking about the people that will be most affected by these potential policies. And then at least for the European Citizens Panels, my last recommendation would be related to the topic selection. Again, great that these panels fall in the legislative train, and that the topics are topics that are already in discussion, in consideration, let's say. But I think one thing that European Citizens Panels suffer from, that now European Citizens Initiative have, is that they don't have a bottom-up approach to European Citizens Panels. This is, of course, by nature, but there are ways to bring in that bottom-up approach, and that is one way that you can directly involve also civil society organizations, which I think we really need to connect more, these panels, and all these processes more with civil society. And one way to do that would be how the topic selection is dealt with. And one idea for that is, and I'll talk a little bit more about the European Citizens Initiative now, is that the topics that come out as successful European Citizens Initiatives And when we say successful, we mean like in the campaigning sense. So they've reached 1 million signatures within 1 year in 7 member states. These are topics that clearly have picked up momentum. And I know that there's somebody on the panel, we'll talk about that more in detail, but more generally, these topics that have reached 1 million, and it's a special few. There's only been 13 who made it to 1 million, 11 this year who will be then verified across 13 years. No, so it's a special club to be in if you've made it to be a successful ECI. And so I think it would be really beneficial to those topics that have picked up that mobilization, that clearly have the support and interest of citizens, that special club, that those are considered as topics on of European citizens panels. Now, the next topic is budget. It's going to be cross-cutting, right? Because it talks about pretty much everything. So maybe it would be also interesting to have a part of the conversation around budget around these issues that we see have been picking up momentum in ECIs. One being, of course, like reproductive and fundamental rights. So that could be like a subsection of this particular European Citizens Panel. But also, if we look at the trend of those successful ECIs, they have mainly been on animal welfare and agriculture practices. There has been several successful ECIs on those topics. And now, especially talking about the European Green Deal, and those, I think it would be also really beneficial to bring in those topics on animal welfare into this overall topic of budget, which will be clearly cross-cutting. Just maybe a couple last 2 minutes or so on ECI, because I know we'll talk about it more in more detail from the thematic point of view. But this is especially important. I always want to mention the ECI because it's really important for if we talk about the role of civil society organizations, there would be no ECI if it wasn't for civil society organizations. That's the reason we see successful ECIs. That's who gives life to ECIs. But in particular, it's important also to my organization, Democracy International, because we, back 20 years ago, we were advocating for the introduction of the ECI in the Lisbon Treaty, which is a little bit of a different version than we see today of the ECI. It was back then more envisioned to be a more direct democracy tool as an introduction to EU-wide referenda. But we have the agenda setting instrument that we have today. And I think if we're looking at how we can improve this tool further, because it's been 13 years now, we've seen several successful ECIs come out of it, civil society organizations being the biggest user of ECIs and trade unions. We need to see also an ECI with political impact. That can look differently, right? That doesn't necessarily always have to mean a legislative initiative. I think we're very quick to look at the Commission acting up for this, and I mean, I agree. I think that now with the next successful ECI to be dealt with this year, it's going to be a special moment. It's not something that happens every year, so I hope that the Commission takes a bold action, but. We should also look at the European Parliament and how they can improve their role, increase their role in successful ECIs. We don't talk about it often, but the European Parliament now, they have a public hearing in the European Parliament for every successful ECI, and then the Commission takes its decision. And I would say the Parliament should come back into that process after, that they should also review then and invite the commissioners to the Parliament to also explain and justify their response and have a little interinstitutional exchange. I think this would help increase the political impact of the ECI. And we don't see this interinstitutional approach often. That's actually what was, I think, one of the most unique aspects of the conference on the future of Europe, that it brought all these institutions to the table, including national parliaments, which we don't always see. There was even members of national parliaments there. And I'd recommend that they come in more often into the process, the national parliaments. But I think the ECI is a unique instrument that can bring in these institutions to the same table. It doesn't happen often, because now it's like the Parliament has their public hearing, then the Commission takes their response. But I think that this could be connected. Yes, and then that these two instruments themselves, ECIs and European Citizens Panels, could be connected, especially when it comes to topic selection. I think that gives us maybe some talking points already here for the Q&A. But yeah, it'd be really interesting to hear also from the other speakers, and I think a really unique opportunity that we have a campaigner from a successful ECI here now, because yeah, as I said, it's not something that happens often, maybe once a year, every 2 years or so. So yeah, it'd be also great to hear from them, and we've learned a lot from the CCI in particular on how to campaign transnationally on topics and mobilize people. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniela, for all of this. Before diving into the My Voice, My Choice campaign and the ECIs, we have Mariana who will speak more about citizen engagement and her role at the Center for Economic and Social Rights. Thank you, Mariana. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anya, and thank you, everyone. I guess I need to start with a disclaimer. I'm not coming from the perspective of someone who talks about civil and political rights, so I'm talking from someone who works on economic and social rights, so do take that into account. I'm also not talking about citizens' assembly, but I'm talking more from a participatory democracy point of view in terms of a tool. I'm a feminist, and I look everything from that perspective. I'm a feminist from the global south, from Brazil, but I'm actually based here. So that's my positionality. And I do think it's great that you're going to be having conversations and deliberations tomorrow when it's an International Women's Day. I do hope you take that into account as an intersectional gender approach when you're discussing, hopefully. At least that's my hope in terms of what I take into my own activism. So I'll talk a little bit about the Center for Economic and Social Rights. I'll talk about the issue because I think that's important in order to frame the tool. So I've been asked to talk to you about the tool. I'll talk about the tool and how it has been successful, and I'll contextualize it in terms of today. The Center for Economic and Social Rights is a civil society organization. We were originally based in New York, but after COVID, we decentralized. Hence why having someone here in Brussels. Some of the work we do, we work on the rights-based economy, where we work on fiscal justice, climate and gender, and we use some tools like what we call decoding injustice, which is basically translating some of international human rights instruments, treaties, to concrete issues. So how to use human rights in order to decode some of the issues we are trying to tackle. We have a lot of publications on our website. We recently published on climate finance, reparations, and human rights. We have something on debt injustice, what we call decoding debt injustice, which is linked to the example I'll bring to you today. And we have more geographically focused issues or issues that depart from a geographical point of view, but then expand elsewhere. And this is roughly where we have worked in the past. Now, I wanted to talk about how citizens' participation can, let's say, has helped in tackling the global debt crisis. I'll talk to you about it in a glance for those of you that don't know about it or haven't engaged with this topic that much, but mostly to talk about campaigns, how campaigns are ways for citizens to engage with particular issues. So in 2024, the debt service burden in developing countries was at an average of 43% of budget revenue across 147 countries, which basically means, I mean, you can read the slide, but it basically means that many countries, particularly those in the global south, are focusing more in paying the interest of debt rather than realizing human rights, which is in itself very telling. That has become one of the most significant barriers to realizing human rights from an individual human rights, but also collective when you're talking about the right to a healthy environment, and definitely in terms of addressing climate change. And of course, because we're all connected, you might be thinking more from an European point of view and issues that actually affect you as an European citizen and what affects others that are in your own bubble. We've talked about bubbles this morning. But, you know, climate change is something that connects us all, and therefore, if that has not been is not being tackled in the global south, therefore will affect the global north regardless. If you look at climate, particularly climate at COP29, there was a commitment to 100 billion climate finance annually, which is wholly inadequate and insufficient. But when you put that in the perspective of debt, the total debt, external public debt for the 31st poorest countries is currently around 205 billion annually. And then some individual countries are the debt servicing costs, which I mean the interests are about 10 to 30 billion annually. So if you can see that if you actually had a debt architecture that was more fair, they actually could tackle some of their climate needs and and focus on the just transition rather than actually needing to wait for some of the very difficult discussions that some of us actually have to have at COP. So it's more about how to free up finance to implement some of the issues that we are worried about. So as a result, many countries have to grapple with a compounding debt distress, forcing reliance on austerity. I don't know if you saw it around. There was something about austerity here in the ULB campus, which in itself is not conducive to the realization of human rights, but even worse, is actually conducive to the violation of human rights, because in countries with debt distress, actually the US is actually one country that's not on in terms of debt distress, but it's actually very indebted. There is quite a lot of unhappiness and uneasiness in terms of the wider population. But here's the tool. So I had to give you the background information, otherwise I think it would be a bit harder to understand the campaign. But the Jubilee Debt campaign is a very successful campaign. It had a very wide citizen engagement and had very concrete and tangible results. So the inspiration, the campaign draws its name from a biblical concept, the Great Jubilee, the year to proclaim the freeing of all slaves and relieving debt. The Jubilee called for a fresh start for the poor and the opportunity for all society to establish the justice and equity. So what is the recipe of success for this particular campaign? I brought some photos for you to see, but there was, first, they had very strategic targets. You've been very clear this morning in this panel about what are the targets here at the EU level. And also they also leverage on people power. So in this case of this campaign, they looked at the UK, which is where 90% of lending for low-income countries is actually goes through. So a lot of that is actually enforced for UK countries. So there was quite a lot of mobilization of civil society organization in the UK. So some of those photos are actually in the UK. And there was also an imagery breaking the chains of debt. So a lot of the manifestations were getting people around in the format of chains. So there was a lot of that, and also in terms of their own messaging. And then in terms of people power, the campaign mobilized many citizens across many countries, across Europe, the UK, and beyond. In 2000, which was the last Jubilee year, it had about 12,000 supporters and 15 member organizations. But this is just like civil society. In terms of citizens, it was much wider than that. So one of the things that they did was actually to get citizens to write letters, physical letters, which today is no longer the case, but they write letters to their members of parliament. In this case, the Jubilee Debt campaign in Eurodad delivered 100,000 signatures. So that's the boxes with all the letters in support of the cancellation of debt for Greece, and it took place here in Brussels in 2015. And they used a lot of images. So that was a photo in terms of the images and the power of the many letters. Here is the images in terms of how it affects in the global south. So for example, some organizations like Christian Aid published a report on Sierra Leone and Mozambique. And sorry, I think I'm speaking a bit too fast. I hope it's okay for the translators. I'm just conscious of time, but I'll try to slow down. The mobilization, they also mobilized influential leaders and institutions. For example, the Jubilee Debt UK mobilized the head of the Newcastle University, which is an influential university in the UK, who wrote a letter in support of the initiatives. And that was just one example across many. And they had very tangible results. The Jubilee 2000 campaign, actually we are in a Jubilee year again, and I'll finish with that. The Jubilee 2000 campaign led to a major international round of international debt relief for many countries. There were debt cancellation pledges in 1999 and 2002. And since 2000, the worldwide Jubilee movement had witnessed 130 billion of debt cancellation, which is quite huge if you think of a campaign that starts from a small point of view and some organizations working on it, and then mobilizing citizens that gets that wider. And the impact, there was quite a lot of research in terms of the impact of that cancellation. So why do I care, right? That is so complicated, so technical, why do I care? But actually freeing up resources in 10 countries show that there was a significant investment in education, health spending, and so forth and so on. And you might say, well, I'm not situated that in terms of politically, but let's say you're one of those people that are actually worried about migration in Europe, you do care, because if people are actually well-resourced in their own locations, they might not feel forced in terms of or prone to displacement. So, as I said, 2025 is a Jubilee year, so they're doing the campaign again, and CSR is supporting, which is why I'm talking about it. And the hashtag for the campaign is Turn Debt into Hope. If you're interested, you can Google it and you'll find more about it. And the 3 calls for it is immediate debt cancellation, restructuring, and an unjust, unsustainable debt, to long-term financial reform that prioritizes people on the planet, creating systems that are fair, sustainable, without predatory lending practices, and the creation of a global debt framework based on solidarity and harmony. Why am I showing you this beyond for you just landing the point about the campaign is because I think beyond just organizing around each other and leveraging on people power and having very clear targets, you also need to have very clear messages, because many times policymakers will not have the time to engage with what you're talking about, because there are many other very valid campaigns and very valid priorities pushed by others. So the call to action is, as I said, turn that into hope. And what they're doing now is similar to 2000. They're updating the tools, right? So now the sign the petition is online, so you can sign the petition, and they're trying to get 10 million signatures, and anyone can do it online. So it's a way that there are some people that call it couch activism, or I don't like that term. I think it's a bit undermining. But anyway, I think there is a lot of power in people connecting online. And this is what it looks like, for example, in the website of one of the organizations. And they're being clever in terms of and creative about using, for example, cartoons, videos to engage with the imaginary of people, because it is a complex issue, and making it more less complex might be more appealing to others that you're working with. So there is a two-way street in terms of how you engage citizens, but also vice versa, and how citizens might therefore engage. So the key takeaways, and this is the last slide, and I do hope I did not go over too much. Campaigns are great participatory democracy tools. They are both good to mobilize citizens, but also, as I said, great entry points for citizens who want to be active and mobilize on other issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation, and thank you for those insights. I think, as also Daniela mentioned, it's very, very important to have an extra European also point of view on those matters, because this is what inspires us as European citizens to find solutions and find solutions to the challenges that we mentioned. So it was very, very, very insightful. Thank you very much. And to redive into European tools, we have Tina, who will speak about European citizen initiatives and the My Voice, My Choice campaign and on reproductive rights. And it will also very happy because tomorrow is the 8th of March. So it's a perfect timing. So Tina, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, so I will tell you a bit more about our campaign and most importantly about the community we've built and the movement that we've built. This campaign started a year ago. We started getting support. We started gathering different organizations that would join us in this journey of an ECI that's quite complicated. But the idea for it came actually to us when Roe v. Wade was overturned in the USA. It was the moment when rights were taken from women in the States overnight. And it was a moment of shock also for us because women lost their constitutional right overnight, and it was a wake-up call that it can happen in Europe as well, even in countries where abortion is written in constitutions, is very well legalized and protected. And that's why when it happened, now almost 3 years ago, we started looking into possibilities of how to do something on the level of Europe when it comes to abortion rights. And we found out about the European Citizens Initiative as a mechanism of direct democracy. We didn't know anything about it before. I come from Slovenia. I'm from an organization called Institute 8 of March. And we've been doing a lot of work in Slovenia through citizens initiatives. We've changed 17 different laws. We've won 2 national referendums in the past couple years and had national experience when it comes to campaigning, when it comes to citizens' participations, but we didn't have any experience when it came to Europe. We wanted to do a campaign in the last year because of the European elections. And of course, we were thinking about other topics as well, but in the end, abortion came out to be the topic that we are still campaigning for. And basically in autumn in 2023, we got together an international team of lawyers who helped us write the proposal that we are now collecting the signatures for, and started getting the different organizations together. At first, there were 7 of us from 7 different countries, which is one of the requirements in order to register an ECI. And almost exactly a year ago, we launched our campaign. Actually, the first person to support us publicly was Mark Ruffalo at last year's Oscars. And tomorrow is March 8th, one of the most important dates for women's rights, to remind us about the rights that we've already got, that we fight for everything that we still have to fight for. And it was also an important date for us because it was the time when we got the date when we can start collecting the signatures. So we started collecting the signatures in April last year. Right now we have 1,150,000 signatures. We are still 50,000 signatures away from our final goal, and after that we will submit the initiative to the European Commission. But I would go a bit away from the technicalities and focus more on our community, because I think that, of course, it's super important to build participation through collecting the signatures, through campaigning, through informing citizens about a certain issue, in this case reproductive rights in all of the member states. But the most important thing that came out of our campaign is the community that we built. Since last year, we built a network of over 300 organizations in all of member states. We have more than 2,500 volunteers. We are organizing through WhatsApp and on the terrain. So we do online actions in which different people who want to participate can participate by sending messages to their friends, to their family, by writing to influencers on Instagram if they want to share our initiative, by talking to people on the streets where they are collecting the signatures. For instance, tomorrow on the International Women's Day, we will have more than 90 events in almost all member states. Even though we have this wonderful community of people, we also build a huge movement that's pan-European, together with the organizations, together with political parties that supported us, together with European political parties and also groups in the European Parliament, together with I have many influencers with many influential people, among them, of course, Mark Ruffalo, as I said. Former President Obama also supported us in December. And this is something that is, in my opinion, even more important than having a successful ECI, collecting all of the signatures and going to this procedure, because we created a movement, and this movement will be here to stay even when we collect all of the signatures. So I think that the power is in the people and in the connections that we make. So I will complete my presentation here, but if you have any questions, please.
Thank you very much, Tina. Thank you all of you for those insights and those presentation. I think we can open the questions. So if you have any questions, just raise your hand. I will circulate the mic room.
Hello, thank you for your interventions. My name is Augustin, and I come from France, which I think is a country with a very, specific political culture, and 27 EU member states, each with their own political cultures, and you have all done, well, some of you have done transnational campaigns, and I was wondering if in those efforts you found that certain countries or even groups within a country are more responsive to participating in campaigns, and whether that is linked with the kind of political culture and history of political participation that they might have.
I think what we've learned while campaigning for My Voice, My Choice in all of the member states is that there's not one country where participation wouldn't be possible. It's just a question of how much you dig, who you get, and how much they are prepared to get out there, to get the signatures, to help, to annoy people, to write to different organizations, to different individuals who have the power to move people. I believe it's more of a question that's connected with that, because even in the countries where we don't have that many signatures, which are still below the threshold, people are still prepared to sign. We always find new connections. For instance, in Luxembourg, which is the country where we have the least amount of signatures, we still have a really good connection, and recently discovered even new people who were ready to promote the initiative, and we didn't know them before. And sometimes happy accidents happen, and you can't predict them. And usually it's also connected to the situation in the country, of course. This week in the Netherlands, there were a couple of proposals that would limit access to abortion. And the reaction to that was that we got a lot of signatures from the Netherlands because the initiative was what gave hope to people. Similar happened also in the Czech Republic, where we did have a couple of problems with getting the signatures. But when something happens, when people jump together, and you can move anyone and get participation almost in any country.
Yeah, and if I may add, I agree with what has been said by my fellow panelists. It is true that depending on the country, you might have a stronger civil society and therefore very strong allies, and you might be able to come from a easier starting point. But for our campaign to really be effective, what you really need is to tap on people's, whatever we're saying, imaginaries and emotions. You need to get people to be angry or to care. And it is this fundamental thing of us being humans and understanding and connecting with each other on a human level. I think that has been alluded to in the morning panel. So for example, I'm not an expert in Ireland, and unfortunately the video didn't work, but the Ireland case was fantastic because what they've done, they brought very real cases, people, and sharing their own experiences. And then when you were going to pubs or to particular discussions, it wasn't about that person that you fundamentally disagree with, but you don't actually know. It's about your sister, your cousin, you know, and that just completely changed the dynamic, I think, particularly on the discussion around abortion, for example. So I think it's understanding and framing the campaign from that point of view, being able to connect people on a very fundamental human level. At least that's my experience. And that's how we've been successful. And also understanding like where your work, you know, where your campaign is being implemented and what's happening. Because I think, as has been said, something might happen tomorrow and you might want to make use of that opportunity to discuss from a different entry point. So you also need to be agile, I would say. Maybe.
I would maybe add to that. We advise ECIs through the ECI forum, a platform of the Commission, and what we always tell them is forget thinking about an ECI, or in general, like this is now a tip for any pan-European campaign. Forget thinking about it as like one European campaign. You can't run a pan-European campaign from Brussels. You need to nationalize these campaigns. And we just did a webinar with My Voice, My Choice and Psychedelic Care. I think they're also here 2 weeks ago. So we learned about campaign structures, and that's the trend that comes up over and over, is that you have to have national teams who know the national context, know the regional context. Language is another thing, right? You have to like really translate the messages. You need to put the messages in a national, even sometimes local context if you really want to be then a successful campaign. So that's the advice that we give over and over, is forget thinking you can just run this campaign from Brussels and like centralize it. You have to really decentralize it. And yeah, maybe just to comment, I really liked what you said, Tina, about that it's really your biggest outcome that you've seen so far, right? You're still waiting, you know, the political things will come, but is the community that you've built around it. I think that's really the opportunity that the ECI gives, is that it lets you level up your topic to the European stage. We get so much in our, you know, in our bubbles thinking, you know, the outcome in the political sense for these ECIs, but look at also all of the other benefits that the ECI can bring to you. It's just it's a tool, right? The ECI is a tool, just like European citizens panels, just like other participation panels. They're not, it's not the end, it's a means to an end. So now with these 1.2 million signatures or so that you collect, you know, it gives you a launch pad to advocate for this campaign further. And that's what the most, let's say, politically successful ECIs, what they've been able to do is just use those signatures and that now successful campaign to level up their advocacy work, which is, you know, a whole nother stage of the campaign.
Other questions? We have time for questions. So don't.
I hate mics. So I would have two questions to Daniela and to Carlos, and they are related to the conference on the future of Europe, but also to the new generation of the citizens panels. I remember that from the onset of this idea of the conference, there was a little bit of a disruption, that it was not that easy to get on board all the three institutions. And at some point, the Commission actually seems to be the most forward-looking to this project, because in a way, when you think about the power structure of the three institutions in the EU, the idea of having deliberative exercise which would come with recommendations to be implemented was perhaps seen in some corners of the Council or of the European Parliament as disruption of this status quo. And so there was also this side discussion about to what extent the institutions will follow up on the recommendations if the citizens actually recommend to open the treaties and to organize a treaty convention, a revision of the treaties. And so I was wondering if any of this power struggle, let's say, or this uneven perception of what the conference could have been, has it remained with the institutions? And do you see perhaps from your from the process how you observed the conference on the future of Europe, whether this new generation of citizens panels, whether it can be actually institutionalized even further? Can it be, for example, can we imagine that it could be written inside the treaties, or could it be even more interinstitutional than only managed by the Commission? So that's a wide open question. And the second one, I hope, is a bit more specific. I'm curious, what is the feedback loop in those new generation citizens panel? So in what ways the Commission gets back to the citizens who were chosen, sorted for the panels, and how do you communicate, how do you inform them how the recommendations have been taken in the legislative process, decision-making process? And furthermore, do you collect feedback from those participants on the process in itself, how the panels worked for them, how did they feel, and whether they have any suggestions for how the format of those panels could be developed even further?
Thank you. So one by one. On the conference on the future of Europe, I have to be very honest with you. I joined the unit 1.5 years ago, close to 2 years. So the conference was already, I was actually 16,000 kilometers from Europe when the conference happened. However, I mean, this is the classic debate of is deliberative democracy versus representative democracy? And our answer is no. I mean, the representative democracy and so the deliberative democracy complements representative democracy. And that's one of the messages that is a priority in our communication strategy. The fact that the new generation of panels are within the Commission is basically because the Commission has the legislative initiative. But the recommendations from the citizens, both from the platform and the panels, will reach the Parliament and the Council as the co-legislators. So they will still be able to see, and they know the panels are happening. The panels are a public exercise. For you to know as well, you can actually witness yourself the plenary sessions because they are live streamed and they are recorded, so you can see it anytime. So all of that is shared by the Parliament, the Commission, and the Council. If there's going to be panels interinstitutional or you can be embedded in the treaties, you can imagine my answer. That's certainly above my pay grade. So why not? I mean, the first panels were institutional, so why not? But that's a decision that needs to happen at the highest level. How we come back to the citizens. So let's say the first thing that we do, and we try to do it as close as possible to the end of the panel, is what we call a feedback event. This event is normally a hybrid event. Some citizens, in some cases, can come to Brussels, normally the ambassadors of the working groups. I mean, I haven't gone into the detail of the methodology of the European Citizen Panel because I had some limited time, and I know you already know some things about that, but for you to know the different working groups, they have ambassadors that somehow then present the recommendations. So we try to bring those if possible. And then the relevant policy DG, so the DG that has received the recommendations, because as from DG.com, we help on the procedure, but in the end, the recommendations are addressed to a specific, so to other colleagues. They explain to the citizens what the status is. The problem with this is that in some cases, like energy efficiency or tackling hatred in society, the panels have been over for almost a year, but because of the elections and the change of the Commission, the impact cannot still be not justified. So we haven't done the feedback events. We will do them. We communicate about them as well. But sometimes it takes maybe too long. Then other things that we do to communicate is we will soon activate in our platform a section about impact. As I mentioned, there was not much to report because the legislative procedures and the implementation of policies takes time. But we aim to have a section in the platform open to all citizens to explain how the recommendations from the citizens have been taken into consideration. We share with them as well through our newsletter, well, with the panelists and with anyone who has signed up to receive the newsletter. And we are working at the moment on the creation of an alumni network. This means all those citizens that have participated, in this case, both in the COFE panels and the new generation of panels, those who are interested to keep working with us to promote citizen engagement will be part of this voluntary alumni network to help us communicate about the work of the panels. And of course, we engage with them to communicate about the recommendations and to get feedback from them. And then last question, yes, we do feedback from the citizens. at the end of each panel. We do a self-exercise as well, of reflection to improve from one panel to the other. And we try to do that, I mean, not only on the methodology, but in the way the logistics are organized. And it's a learning, it's a learning process where we improve the panels one after the other. If you compare the first 3 panels with the last 2, there was already some elements that were implemented from the recommendations, both from the citizens and from civil society.
Yeah, maybe to just to add to that, really great questions. To start, so I think, I mean, as I said, I think one of the most unique features of the Conference on the Future of Europe was bringing all these institutions together, but that was especially in this plenary aspect that they had. That was, somebody who was monitoring the conference with me can correct me on this number, but I think a 435 member body, which included members of the randomly selected citizens, not all 800, but like ambassadors, they were also called back then. There was a further random selection of those 800. There was members of European Parliament, members of the Commission, members of national parliaments, as mentioned, but also social partners, so members from trade unions and from civil society. All of this in like a 435 member body, and they were all interacting with each other when they came up with the final recommendations. And that was so unique to witness that, because you had then a randomly selected citizen. I met people who had from the Czech Republic. They had never left the Czech Republic in their life, and suddenly they were brought out to Strasbourg every other weekend to discuss the future of Europe, things that they definitely didn't think about in their daily life. And they would sit right next to a commissioner or a minister of some. So really interesting to see this plenary aspect really come to life. And I think that was really the core of the work of the Conference on the Future of Europe, is this plenary. We can take all day just to study how that plenary looked and how it functioned. And on your question about the convention, I would say a new European convention, if we're looking to open up the treaty change process, which I am fully in favor of. I think it's high time for that. I would take this plenary and honestly replicate it for a convention. I think it gave us like the perfect blueprint for how a future European convention can look like, as far as like logistics, membership, body, who's involved there, how to bring in citizens in that process in a very like constructive way, a role for civil society organizations. I think it gave us a really great blueprint for what a future convention could look like. So we could spend all day really discussing how that could be, but I think that's one of the biggest outcomes on this. We're talking about the future of Europe. We don't want that to end with the Conference on the Future of Europe. That was hopefully just a starting point for the discussion, and also institutional and legal changes that are hopefully still to come in the future. And I think since then there's only been more support for a treaty change process and changing the way that Europe works, to me, also much more efficiently, much more stronger, and also really give a voice to citizens and civil society. And then I would say about how to further institutionalize the European Citizens Panel, some ideas and suggestions on that. So in one way, they're already institutionalized, right? Because they're already a regular part of. Now this is going to be the 5th or the 6th one that we've had since the Conference on the Future of Europe. That's why I'd say it's the most visible outcome of the Conference on the Future of Europe, is that we have had ongoing European Citizens Panels. Of course, in this case, it's an initiative taken by the Commission. Now, it's not this multi-institutional approach. Maybe that can change in the future. I think that's what made the Conference on the Future of Europe so special, is that all the institutions came on board. And so I think it'd be interesting to open that back up. Of course, that slowed things, and that's why there was a delay with the start of the Conference on the Future of Europe, because we were bringing in all these institutions and all these players at the same table to come up with one joint declaration, one rules of procedure for something that was the Conference on the Future of Europe. Really, for the first time, they had to think about how this would look. But maybe more easier than that is bringing all the institutions to the table. Would be also that there would be different types of panels run by other institutions. I'm mainly thinking about the European Parliament. There was this idea, which never became concrete, but it was a proposal that was out there, published in some reports by AFCO, the Constitutional Affairs Committee, about a European citizens agora. And that would be basically a body that would meet at the start of every year to help set the agenda for the European Parliament. So help set the priorities of the European Parliament and set the direction of the European Parliament for that year. I think that that is a great idea. It was much more of a broader approach than the European citizens panels have, a very specific topic that they focus on. But I think the Agoras, the idea was that it would have a little bit more of a blank page approach. So we're in the year 2025. What are the priorities for this year? Where do you think that the Parliament should focus its efforts this year? I think that is great, and it's not that they are in competition or something to the panels. They are completely different approaches. So maybe. When we think about further institutionalizing, we think about how to also bring in the other institutions, that they can also use this unique instrument of panels, of citizens' assemblies for their own work. And of course, there should be good loops with this too, feedback loops, because we don't want all these instruments to just float separately in space. There should be good connection. That's why I always recommend the connection of this ECI, ECP, European citizens panels, this combination. But that's one idea I've also been thinking about, is how to bring in the European Parliament more in this process. And it might be, instead of that they are involved in the ECP process, why not they have their own assembly at the start of every year to help set their agenda?
Thank you. Any other questions? And just if you can speak slowly for translators, because they are having a bit of trouble.
Hello. Okay. Thank you for sharing your experiences and expertise. I have a question for the whole panel. Which measures did you take to ensure that the information on the topic you covered were accurate as well as accessible? In particular, in reference to different levels of literacy, knowledge on the topic, and so on and so forth. Thanks.
I can go first. Well, at CSR, we are very strict, let's say, in terms of the evidence-based policy work. So we always rely on evidence. So a lot on academic work, but also of other peers, of the other civil society organizations and other policy bodies and UN institutions, particularly because we work a lot at UN level. And we try to be very transparent with the evidence we are using. So we are very thorough in terms of how we systematize our evidence. If you go on our website and look at our outputs, you will see that we are quite systematic in terms of how we reference, and clear and open about that. So it's either a hyperlink, because that's the medium, or in a report very clear as footnotes with reference complete and full. So that's one in terms of on the evidence side. In terms of breaking it down and making it accessible, as I said, I think we're very creative in terms of the tools, and we very often don't work alone. We very much believe in working together with others. So we just normally come together and try to think strategically, but also creatively in terms of how we can break it down and make it more accessible in terms of not only social media, but other mediums as well. And you saw the example I brought in terms of the cartoon. I remember a few years ago when I was working for Christian Aid UK, and we worked with the Financial Transparency Coalition, and we did something on Alice in Moneyland, which was, if you Google, you'll see on YouTube. It was also another cartoon, and we had a lot of fun working with the artists on it. So I think you can be, one of the things I say, in terms of policy and advocacy, the tools you have are as wide as your creativity can go. And I definitely say that to others that want to work in that area. In terms of literacy, it's true that normally the issues that we're working on are more on the structural level. So I guess in a way, it's trying to tackle some of the issues some of people were trying to say. I'm very puzzled about this issue in the US, and we try to flip it in another way and say, why are people so unhappy, and why are they voting for ultra right wing, and what is the problem? Is this structural? Is it what are something that is very fundamental that could shift things and transform it then in a different level. And that makes it very complex. So it does mean that the level at which we pitch things at, there is a limitation, and we do recognize that. So when you're talking about debt, I did work, for example, I worked for ActionAid in Mozambique, and I did work with people that were illiterate, and then there are tools that you can use for that. But the campaigns that we use now reach a different type of audience, if you know what I mean. And we do know of our limitations. So knowing your limitations, I also think is important.
Yeah, so with My Voice, My Choice, of course, we did the research and went over a couple of reports that were made by other reproductive rights organizations, which have been in the field for a much longer time, who have international networks and work with with organizations on field regarding this specific topic, regarding providing access to abortion and things like that. But when it comes to our external communication, we just have a lot of fun. We try to make it as approachable as possible, try to communicate all of the information very straightforwardly when it comes to abortion access, when it comes to details about legislation in different countries. We have fun with memes, we have fun with different infographics. We don't take it too seriously, because it's also the best way to connect with people, to reach them, and to get the information across. But of course, we in the last couple, I didn't talk that much about communication because I work on network mostly. But in the last couple of months, we spread out also our communication strategy, not just to reproductive rights, but to more general topics that have to deal with democracy, of course, with everything that's happening in the world, because it's a way, because we have a huge following, and it's a great way to reach people with the information about what's happening in the world and how it affects also our campaign, the topics that we are fighting for, but in general also about democracy, about limitations with which we are facing. That's why I think it's very important to be very direct when it comes to communication of any sort of information, basically.
Daniela, do you want to add something? Or
Yeah, I would very briefly, because we... Yes, it's very brief, because we work on the topic of direct democracy. So for us, it's really important that we use the right distinction when we talk about what is a consultative referendum, what is a binding referendum. There are big distinctions between this, the citizens' initiative rights around the world. So we have a small research department that is, luckily I'm not involved in this, but they are researching all the legal designs in the world that have to do with direct democracy, citizens' initiative rights all around the world. That means they are really going into national constitutions, even also at local level, the rights of people that they have when it comes to their citizens' initiative rights. If it's like the ECI, for example, is very unique because it's transnational, right? But it's an agenda-setting initiative, and so it's not, we do not classify it officially as a direct democracy instrument, even though some in this bubble call it that. But legally speaking, that's not the case because it's not binding. It's an invitation to the Commission to take a position in a stance on a certain topic. So for us, this distinction is really important, and so we follow back on these kind of terminologies. We run the Direct Democracy Navigator, which is basically an encyclopedia of all these legal designs in the world that is constantly being updated and researched. And yeah, if you're interested in that kind of question, I can put you in touch with the team doing that. Luckily, it's not me on board doing that. I know there's some academics in the room, but that's not the work that I do, and lots of respect to those doing it.
So very briefly for the panels, of course, you can imagine some of the panels have been about topics that were a little bit technical. There we have an approach that combines first an information kit with accessible explanation on the topic. The work of the facilitators is extremely important during all the process of the panel for people to be able to clarify any doubt through the experts, which is the thing I'm going to explain immediately, and for them to have the right, the access to the source of information. Then we have knowledge committee composed by experts. Important to say that normally we have somebody from the Commission, but more to observe and clarify if there are questions about the legislative process that it's going to be influenced by the panel, rather than to be too much involved on the panel. I mean, I didn't mention it, but the panel is done by independent facilitators within the knowledge committee, where the Commission is a small part of it. So it runs as independently from the Commission as possible. All of these, of course, in all 24 official languages via translation and interpretation. But one important thing is that we don't need the citizens that are part of the panel to be experts of the policy. They are already experts of their own experience as citizens, and that's what we are looking for. So we just want to give some idea on the topic for them to clarify their opinions, but they already have the expertise that is necessary to participate in a panel just by being European Union citizens. Thank you.
Okay, we still have 5 minutes for last questions. Is there any? Yeah.
Okay, it works. Thank you, first of all, very much to all the panelists. It's been so interesting to hear you speaking about these specific tools. I have just a couple of questions. A really quick one to Carlos. I do think that including former members of this kind of, participatory tools is important, but don't you see the risk of some feedback loop in involving so much the alumni of these kind of activities in always giving feedbacks and commenting on what happened and being constantly contacted? The point is maybe also to extend this participation to other people and not only to those who are already involved and are already informed about this kind of tools. And the second is half a question and half a remark. I'm extremely happy about the success of My Voice, My Choice. I also had the pleasure to support a bit Eumans activities a few months ago, so among which, of course, the signature collection. But sometimes I wonder, how did you manage this ECI? I mean, the ECI was just one part of it, as you mentioned. It was a lot about network. It was a lot about building a community. It was a lot about building bridges between movements and national political cultures that sometimes can conflict. And at the end of the day, it was also an organization team and some professionals dealing with that. So how could you build such a movement, also going a bit into the technicalities? What is the human capital that this kind of initiatives need? And I'm asking that also because I used to work for Eumans, and I do believe that, sharing best practices in this kind of fields is really relevant. But thanks again to all. And of course, if any other panelist was to, give some answers on these, more than welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Very briefly, the idea of involving the former members of the panels is not only to get feedback from them. In fact, it was an initiative originally by the communication team, because I strongly believe that if I go somewhere with this suit and this pin and I start saying the European Citizen Panel are the way to go, I'm kind of paid to say that. So some people may perceive me as institutional, but it's a different thing if that is said, imagine like I'm one of the alumni we have, in a village in Spain where they will never even listen to me, but we have a panelist there. He can explain his experience. He's the one who can tell them, I was able to engage in a debate without interference. Of course, I'm going to tell you that the debate is neutral. But if a citizen that was part of the panel explains that in his or her community, it's much more powerful than if we say it. That's one of the first ideas of the alumni network, to be able to have this network of citizens that experience a panel, a lot of them who did not believe the panel was a real thing, but it was still a trip to Brussels. And then after the experience, they say, no, this is important. This is something I value. This is something that changed my perception of democracy, my perception of Europe, and I want to continue being part of it. So that's one objective. The other thing that the alumni network allows us to do is to continuously communicate about the impact of the recommendations they did. We will still, of course, do that publicly, but by having alumni from the Conference of the Future of Europe, from the panels that happened a couple of years ago, it's easier to have this communication and share with them the impact, which is something that for us is very important. We want to show that all the tools we have, the platform and the panels, they lead to something, because if not, what's the point? That does not prevent us to engage with civil society. We do it regularly. And I don't know, we are always open to any citizen reaching out to us to support our communication. Of course, we normally prioritize for our communication strategy journalists and influencers, together with civil society and academia. But we are completely open, and we do plenty of presentations when we are invited to an event where the participants are not from these groups I just mentioned. If they're interested, we are always happy to engage. We do that as well with Visitor Center. We try to establish dialogue with as many people as possible. Of course, in a unit with 13 people and a team of 4 people in communication, you can imagine that we are a little bit limited there. But and actually that leads to the question of the campaigns. But we're trying to change that by one of the priorities in our communication strategy is going local through the representations. But we have our idea, or maybe our dream, is that these tools will be promoted as well by the users and by those organizations who are promoting democracy. Because nothing can replace the local level. As Daniela mentioned, you need to decentralize. From Brussels, we can reach as much as a certain level of people, but we will, what we always say, you won't be able to break the bubble. But yes, so we are aiming to engage with more people, but the objective of the alumni are the ones I just mentioned. Thank you.
So to answer the question of how we did it, I don't know, to be completely honest, but I think it's a combination of just a lot of work. Because so my team from Slovenia is the core team that's coordinating the whole campaign. And for a year now, we've been just working nonstop. It's several hours a day that we put in, and because it's something that we firmly believe in. It's also one of the hardest things that we've ever done, because we went into this campaign very naively. We thought that it will be super easy, that you find organizations in other countries who then get you the signatures that you need, and that's it. But it turned out that it's a lot more complicated to get these signatures, because signing an ECI is a completely different approach than signing a normal petition, because you have to go to the special website that has a lot of errors. You need to put in your ID number, or in some cases your home address. A lot of people are skeptical about it. They're asking us if it's a scam, if we are trying to get their personal information to then take advantage of them. But I think here it's just a couple of approaches which are completely honest. Being honest in your communication, talking to people, being approachable. One of the parts which I think why it was a success is also that we always reinvented ourselves. At the beginning, as I said, we believe that it's enough that you have a couple of partners across countries, and then you get the signatures. But the truth is that not all civil society in Europe is as effective as it seems, especially when it comes to engagement on this kind of level. It's easy to get the signatures for a normal petition, but it's harder to get it when it comes to official ECI, for instance. But the reinvention that we did was, so after we did the campaign with the organizations, we also, together with the network, of course, with the initial partners, but also other organizations and other CSOs who helped with the whole process. We got 500,000 signatures in the first month and a half, so before European elections, which is the highest growing, the fastest growing initiative to get to 500,000 in such a short time. But after that, we realized that it won't be as easy to get the rest of the signatures. During the summer, they completely stopped. And when it came to, when September came, we completely reinvented our approach towards the campaign, opened it up to all of the volunteers, to collecting the signatures on the street. That was also the moment in the campaign when Luca Coscioni Association became more active and collected the signatures on the streets in Italy. But it was this change that saved the campaign, if you ask me, because you always need to adapt to the situation that's happening. And I think part of that is, of course, being reactive, as we said here before, but also looking for different strategies that could work when one stops working.
Hello. Okay, just to add to that, yeah, if you're looking to launch an ECI, or I mean, really also any pan-European campaign, I really, really recommend that you go to the ECI forum. This website, it's a website of the Commission, but it's run by civil society organizations. Namely, we're one of the subcontractors running that under ECAS, European Citizen Action Service. And there you can find, I mean, it's a wealth of information. It's your help desk for how to run an ECI. So you have success stories, you have guidance notes, how to collect signatures, how to fundraise, how to campaign, how to look for partners. I mean, you name it and you can find it there. So I think that's like the first advice I would give is look there, and all of the information that's there is based on the success stories of already existing initiatives and running initiatives. And as soon as My Voice, My Choice also becomes verified, you're going to be hearing from us a lot because we're also going to be collecting these tips, and we've also collected a lot of them. So we've really shaped the forum from the approaches and practices we've seen of My Voice, My Choice, because in the almost decade of working intensely on the ECI, I really have to say, I think My Voice, My Choice is exemplary. It is really like an amazing example of how to run not just an ECI, but a transnational campaign. So there's a lot of tips and a lot of things that we've learned from them. And that's why I say it's really like the civil society organizations that put life into the ECI that help us then learn from them, get best practices, advise and teach and consult future initiatives, which in turn leads to more successful ECI. So this feedback loop here is especially interesting and important. And if you still don't get the answers that you need from the ECI forum, there's a part of Ask an Expert, and there you can get free, tailor-made advice on campaigning advice, fundraising advice, even legal advice. So if you're looking to launch an ECI, you should really be checking out the ECI forum.
Yeah. Thank you again, and thank you everyone for attending this this event, the Citizen Assembly. For closing remarks, I will just would like to call on stage Stefano Soggio again, that you saw this morning, and Marco Cappato, our Eumans president.
Okay, so just to say, today is the informative day, as I previously said. Tomorrow will be the deliberative one, so the sorted one will come and split in 4 different groups and deliberate with a facilitator and a note taker. But all the plenary, all the other people are welcome to come and observe the group's work. And so that's all, and I'll pass to Marco.
Grazie Stefano. Just a couple of proposals, maybe to make a bridge from this morning, European Citizens Assemblies, and this afternoon's campaigns. Is it possible to campaign for democracy? I think is unfortunately lesser and lesser possible because democracy per se is becoming less and less relevant in a way. It's like Europe. I don't know, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, if you were talking to people about democracy, and Europe was something that was able per se mobilizing people. Nowadays, unfortunately, polls are saying that the very concept, idea of democracy is less popular than it was for many reasons. I mean, I don't want to make sociology here. And even Europe, the European Union, the prospect, the idea of a federal Europe lost a lot of consensus. So, but campaigns, topics, single issues that are still able to mobilize people because they are interested in their own life. Well, this is a way, and then once that you have obtained attention on a single specific issue, then you can go back again and trying to explain the value of democracy, participation, and Europe itself. So I have a couple of proposals and initiatives that we are carrying on with the Eumans, and one is something that we tried to do 3 years ago and a couple of years ago, to use Europe Day, May 9, to make it in a way also the European Citizens Initiative Day. We use the claim Europe Day, EU Sign Day, or You Sign Day. So to use the Europe Day to inform citizens about the existence of European Citizens Initiative, and then they will read them all and decide which of them they agree with. Because we organized a poll together with other the coalition, some coalitions a few years ago. I don't remember if it was Citizens Take Over Europe or even a broader coalition. In European countries, usually the number of people that are actually knowing what a European Citizen Initiative is from 2, 3, 4%. Nobody, politically speaking. People that they know what a European Citizen Initiative is are usually people particularly informed about European affairs, politics, and so on. And this is a huge gap. This is the main reform. Many of us, we are talking about how reforming European Citizen Initiative, but this is the first reform, a huge campaign, public information campaign at the European level. And so maybe if all the ECI promoter committee can be in favor of course, of goals that are diverse, even opposite. One of the most successful ECI in history was One of Us. The embryo is One of Us, and completely opposite from the My Voice, My Choice campaign. They collected, I don't know, 2 million, a lot of 1.5 million, I don't remember, a lot of signatures. So, of course, we are not obliged to agree with all the ECI, but ECI promoter committee can unite forces in making information and asking for information. I think this is very important. And a second proposal, an idea that we listened this morning, Professor Sgueo talking about technology and the different platform and system that can enable citizen participation. And from the European Commission, we learn what's going on with the follow-up of the conference of the future of Europe. I think that it would be, in a way, even easy, technically speaking, and not so expensive, to have Europe, the European Commission, proposing a single sign-on for European democracy, not just at EU level, but also at national and local level. Because I don't know, for example, I was a city councillor in Milano, and we obtained that Milano created its own system for authentication and signing petition, proposal of referendum, and so on. And many European cities did that. And many countries, in Italy there is a platform which is different from the platform of the Milano municipality. There is a national platform for signing online referendum and popular ballot. And I guess that in every country there are many, many things. So why not create like a common technological protocol, an open platform, in order to allow a sort of European democracy app that I can open my mobile phone and look what's going on at the European level, at national level, at regional level, at municipality level, at the neighborhood level. And if I'm interested, I can discuss using this app, or I can even propose something using this app from a local to a national to a continental European level. I think this would not be so complicated and expensive from the technological point of view, and this would be a huge help for promoting democratic participation, not only direct democracy, but also participative, deliberative democracy at all levels. So even if it's not, if I go in the street and I try to stop people saying, hey, come here, we have to reinforce democracy, we have to reinforce Europe. This, I think, unfortunately, doesn't work anymore. But if I have a specific proposal to make, and all our different campaigns, we unite in asking for stronger tools and common European tools for participation, I think that this could work much better. So thank you very much for your experience and your speech, and congratulations for the randomly selected people that tomorrow morning have to work, and we will come here to watch you working. See you tomorrow. There are no organizational announcement like tomorrow morning, what time, like this. Nobody knows. This means that nobody planned to be punctual.
Well, see you tomorrow at 9. For the randomly selected people, you will find at the desk in the main hall a paper printed with the groups, so you will find your name among other citizens. And for every space, we will have this room here, the other one where the technicians are working upstairs, the main hall, and the stage here. So 4 space for the 4 group, and you will find your name among others, as I said. So you will be with you will know also your partners. And yes, you will also have the facilitator with you. Each group will be accompanied by a facilitator. So that's all, and see you tomorrow. Everybody is welcome to come, even if you're not randomly selected. Have a nice Friday. Have a nice... Thank you. We'll have just a coffee break, not a lunch break, but we will finish. Yes, we will be free for lunch, for the lunch break, so everyone can go have a lunch nearby. But, or if you prefer, you can bring something for home. Unfortunately, Saturday it was closed, the service for which we asked the lunch break.